you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
At this juncture.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Don't be creepy.
Don't even play.
What now?
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Aren't I a good guy? There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
I don't want reality.
What you talking about?
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
China? I have to have my China.
I'm staying in the race.
Winter is coming.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's science.
Zuckerbucks.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Just like my wife's vagina.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Consequences.
So hot right now.
A fucking bitch.
Your name, please?
Oh, it never occurred to me. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between this little ball we call Earth and the never-ending void of space. Weekending report. That's right, people. Weekend is here. Doesn't mean there isn't a hell of a lot to talk about. So I suppose we better get right to it. Buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. It's time for us to take a little journey through the abyss.
I'm still confused by this comment that is sitting here in chat. It's really throwing me off. Anyway, okay, 1, 2, 3, Owen up, Maza, and Aaron W. Styx Dragon, close fourth. Bob Carmody. Rude Interplanet Janet. Schmegley. Randy Nuance. Nadia Yvette Chambers. That's everybody. Yeah. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. Okay, what do we have on the docket today? Yeah, I guess we better start in that very familiar place. Where things are not only going good, but they're going to be even better, I am sure, super soon.
In today's Health Watch, new cases of the bird flu are raising alarms among health officials. 53 confirmed human cases across 7 states this year alone. But this week, health officials in California are reporting a possible case in a child who had no known contact with an infected animal. For more on that, let's bring in CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder. Dr. Gounder, thank you for being here. No known contact with an infected animal. Why is that so important?
This is important because we are wondering, how did this child get infected? So the other 2 most likely sources would be a wild bird or a human. If it's a human, that means that there is human-to-human transmission going under the radar, and that is one of the signs of something that a virus that could be on the verge of becoming pandemic when you have human-to-human transmission.
So there's also a teen in Canada hospitalized with bird flu, also wasn't known to have had contact with infected animals. So is there a relationship here between bird flu, cattle-related illnesses, and then the human transmission?
Yes, there is. So a couple things that were notable about that teen in Canada. 1, again, we don't know the source. 2, that teenager is critically ill. So this is not a mild case of bird flu like we've seen with other bird flu cases. And 3, we've seen mutations in that particular case that would make the virus more easily transmitted from person to person. But big picture, we're seeing bird flu spreading among poultry, wild birds, cattle, humans, and this is really Russian roulette for creating a situation where you have mutations for adaptation to human transmission.
Could we be in a situation where we're facing another pandemic or one that changes our lives?
Well, that's precisely what we're worried about. The 2 things that we worry about here are 1, the human-to-human transmission piece. The other is a virus to which we don't have pre-existing immunity. So think.
Yeah, certainly bad. Not clear whether or not we are at that stage right now, but the more cases that pop up with no clear link to contact with animals, well, that's when we should all probably start being more concerned. Oh shit. Thank you for the super chat. That was fast. We just started. Some lunatics think Christo-fascist doomsday cultists especially trying to start nuclear war and turn Earth into Venus with I assume the point of the comment is that what you're saying is insane. It is insane. That does sound crazy. Yeah, we're gonna stay on health related stuff here for a minute. Let's talk more about the avian flu. This is from a Utah station we look at sometimes, KSL News, from 2 hours ago. Avian flu affecting Utah turkey facilities.
The Utah Department of Agriculture and Food is monitoring a bird flu outbreak among turkeys. The department says that it confirmed 4 cases this month in a backyard flock in Salt Lake County and 3 turkey farms in Paiute County. Now, as a result, the department oversaw the killing of more than 108,000 birds. The UDAF and DEQ says that they're disposing of the animals to make sure there is no more spread or threat to the public. Those departments say that 5 poultry farms are under quarantine.
That's festive. That's festive.
There's a new concern over E. coli now. More than 160,000 pounds of fresh and frozen ground beef products shipped to restaurants nationwide are now being recalled due to a potential contamination. And it's the same strain linked to the E. coli scare at McDonald's.
Except this time it's in beef. The last time it was in lettuce. And you know what? I'm just thinking I might just not eat ever again. It seems like.
NBC senior business correspondent Christine Roman's here with a little bit more on this. Feels like we've been talking about E. coli for months now, Christine. What can you tell us about this latest recall?
Important information for consumers about their food safety. We're talking about 165,000 pounds of ground beef, 15 cases in Minnesota, and investigators there linked it back to a distributor in Detroit. Symptoms began between November 2nd and the 10th, and this is the same strain linked to that McDonald's onion case. Wolverine Packing is the name of the company that distributed this meat, and this is what they say. They've notified all customers that receive the product. They're going to conduct an intensive internal review to fully figure out where it went and make sure that they have the highest standards of production there. So these were
the highest standards. Yeah, they sound high. They sound high. Not gonna. Sound really good. Are we? No, there's one more, don't I? Yeah, and actually, technically, there's a follow-up to all of this because we got to segue somehow into politics. But before we do that, let's go here to CBS News from an hour ago. Why they think a growing number of parents are apparently hesitant to get their children vaccinated. Oh, how great. That's what we need. Just further... I forgot to upload this, actually. No, first let's go really quickly to this
report. The first known case of a more severe strain of Mpox has been detected in the United States, and the patient, right here in the Bay Area.
Good.
NBC Bay Area's Natalie Vera spoke to an infectious disease specialist. And
it's not like there's a lot of people living in the Bay Area or anything.
Doctors say there's no reason to be alarmed. The risk to the general public remains low. Now, the new strain is called Clade 1, and the disease is usually transmitted with close skin-to-skin contact. A more aggressive strain of the Mpox virus has made its way to the United States, and patient 0 is in the Bay Area.
It's already not good. But it's more aggressive. Thank God.
San Mateo County Public Health says it is responding to a case of Clade 1 Mpox, a new strain that's been known to cause more severe illness and death.
Yeah, that's over there in California. And yeah, so as you can see, we're dealing with multiple potential, you know, what do you call it? Like sort of either pandemic or at least certainly health risks relating to these different pathogens. Speaking of pathogens, at least in some cases, you can get vaccinated. However, parents are choosing not to more than they had in the past.
Robert Kennedy Jr. has been an outspoken critic of vaccines, despite overwhelming evidence that vaccines are safe and effective at preventing disease. Now, if confirmed as Secretary of Health and Human Services, public health experts say Kennedy could influence vaccine policy. We get more now from CBS's chief medical correspondent, Dr. John LaPook.
Give Lena some. You want some? Lauren Maresca says she's had concerns over vaccinating her children.
Anything I give my child, I always question. I get a little anxious.
When 11-year-old Gio was an infant, he got his childhood vaccines right on schedule.
Always had a reaction every single time. Hives, rash. I started to get hesitancy in saying, all right, can we space these out? And the doctor kind of made me feel like you're being dramatic, but okay.
I think she is being dramatic. I don't know if you know this, but you can get rashes and hives from psychosomatic causes, like from your brain, right? From your neurological system can in fact cause these things, right? And to establish any clear causality between those sorts of things, scientific testing needs to be done. And this woman clearly didn't do any of that. She just said, yeah, blah, 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 and didn't get any sort of, that's the way it sounds to me, at least. Oh, shit, thank you for the super chat, Nadia. I almost didn't see that. COVID is at this highest level right now. 4th highest level? That sounds right. It's been about 4 years since it came out. One spike a year, usually.
After scouring the internet for information, the New York mom hit pause on additional shots for Gio and 3-year-old Julina. Then, the family's pediatrician issued an ultimatum.
You have to take all the vaccines or you're out of the practice.
Public health officials stress vaccines are safe and effective, and the benefits far outweigh the risks. But a recent survey found at least 12% of children have a vaccine-hesitant parent.
I think it's important to, kind of understand the thought process of why a patient is refusing a vaccination.
New York City pediatrician Dr. Ayala Wegman says in recent years she's been navigating.
That statistic should be incredibly concerning to everybody. 12% of children have a vaccine-hesitant parent. I mean, I don't know exactly what percentage of those parents need to decide to, go all in on that vaccine hesitancy, keep those kids from getting vaccinated to cause destruction of herd immunity. But I don't think it's even all of them. I could be wrong on that. It's hard. Honestly, I think it changes per... Now that I think about it, I think it changes per disease, essentially, depending on its sort of contagiousness. Just horrifying. Just horrifying. This is where we're at. Speaking of the future Health and Human Services in Chief, RFK. I don't think that's the actual title, whatever it's called. Let's go here to the majority part. I think this is from earlier today. Although the actual clip here is from
So there have been two clips that have emerged, found by, I guess, the guy at CNN. K-File. And it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doing an interview with a writer back in 2016. And this is in the run-up to the election. Do we know the exact date of this?
Let me see if I can find the exact date.
I don't know if the exact date is there, but this first one is, I think, in the run-up to the election. And RFK is talking to this writer who has written a scathing view of, like, Trump supporters and Trump people in his direct sort of like universe. And RFK is so impressed by it, he's reading it back. And it is really fascinating. And the name of the show that he did this on was called Ring of Fire. Huh. And at the time, RFK Jr. was one of 3 hosts, I think, in 2016. The other was Mike Papantonio, who is the lawyer that I sometimes interview when I go down to Las Vegas for the Tort Conference. And then the third co-host was someone who was of middling talent, wasn't necessarily the greatest broadcaster, and his name was Sam Cedar. I was not involved in this interview. A lot of times what would happen is Kennedy would do an interview, and then I would do an interview asynchronistic. We weren't there together. Here is Robert F. Kennedy quoting Matt Taibbi back to him back in 2016.
You know, one of the things that you write so beautifully, and your stuff is so fun to read, but you write about Trump. Quote, the way that you build a truly vicious nationalist movement is to wed a relatively small core of belligerent idiots to a much larger group of opportunists and spineless fellow travelers whose primary function is to turn a blind eye to things. We may not have that many outright Nazis in America, but we have plenty of...
You know what's fascinating? The sort of arc, like the character arc that RFK's voice has taken. Like, honestly, like the timbre of his voice here to where it is later, like it's a massive change.
Of opportunists and spineless fellow travelers whose primary function is to turn a blind eye to things. We may not have that many outright Nazis in America, but we have plenty of cowards and bootlickers, and once those fleshy dominoes start tumbling into the Trump camp, the game is up. When you talk about fleshy dominoes, Chris Christie comes to mind.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a pretty good joke there by RFK, who sounded a lot more coherent than he does in 2024.
To be fair, he was reading back Taibbi's own words to him.
But yeah. Well, good joke by Taibbi then. Also more coherent.
Everybody sounding more coherent. It's weird. It's like they put something in the water or something.
Does anybody think that Donald Trump has not surrounded himself by belligerent idiots this time around? And then can anybody figure out who is this year's Chris Christie, an opportunist, spineless fellow traveler turning a blind eye to all of it? We know that RFK went to Harris and offered his services. She wasn't interested. And so despite the fact that RFK had this to say at that time about Donald Trump and his universe, in this notion of like a hateful nationalist movement, he turned a blind eye and became an opportunist, according to way Matt Taibbi wrote it at the time. And here is RFK, I think a little bit later in 2016, talking about Donald Trump and the statements he made at that time. And it's not like he said anything different, right? I mean, now he's talking about actually deporting 11 million people on day one of his administration. Here is Kennedy, and at the end, you can hear his middling talented co-host.
The easiest thing for a politician to do is to appeal to fear. And you can see that every statement that Donald Trump makes is fear-based. Every statement he makes. You know, we have to be fear of the Muslims. We have to be fear of the of the black people, and particularly the big black guy, Obama, who's destroying this country, who's making everybody miserable, and only one person has the genius and the capacity to solve these things. I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to do it.
Ooh, it's a
Just trust in me, vote for me, and everything will be great again. And of course, that is a really, that whole thing is like a carnival barker. But carnival barkers make a lot of money. And, as the most famous carnival barker of all time said, P.T. Barnum, you can fool, let me paraphrase.
Sometimes you just gotta join. Sorry, I should stop doing the Donald Trump voice. It doesn't make sense in this case.
Sometimes you just gotta join. Sometimes you just gotta join the circus because it makes more money.
A lot of the people, a lot of the time, and I think that's and the way. And there's a strict, easy formula for doing that, and that is to blend fear with these hyperbolic promises about what you're going to deliver.
Well, it's a terrifying. Yes, that was all the clip that was pulled, but I just also.
If the circus is the most profitable business in town, well, you just gotta learn how to tame a lion or two, or maybe claim that vaccines are ineffective, even though they're clearly very effective, according to science.
It's science.
Or maybe, I don't know. Sometimes you just got to eat a hamburger, even though you've spent the last decade talking about how all those chemicals in food are bad. Just sacrifice. Sometimes you got to make a sacrifice in life. You know who else has made tons of sacrifices in all sorts of ways? Both, I can't actually think of any reasons or any things that this guy's actually had to sacrifice. Let's go here. I've held you off long enough. It's on the thumbnail. And, well, this is going to take a little bit to get through. Let's go to Piers Morgan Uncensored. Remember, Piers Morgan is not a conservative. He's just having a very serious heart-to-heart with the whole Jordan Peterson here. Oh, wait.
A number of times.
This new Trump administration.
They're calling it the Avengers.
You're a fool if you're going to predict the outcome of that. He has Musk. He has RFK, Ramaswamy. These are formidable people. These aren't people
immediately, if not sooner.
Those are the people you surround yourself with if you're out on a quest. Putin will hold himself
Just say
in
quest?
check until Trump takes power, and that the war will come to a rapid end. I'm strapped in for the ride.
You shall not
My father, he died, he was a man with very high standards.
My deepest condolences.
I think I remember mostly reading with you.
That was so much fun.
I thought so.
I can see how moved you are. They say he could be fearsome.
Piers, you always make me cry when you interview me.
Do you believe in God? Do you think there is a heaven?
The problem is there's a whole literature that...
Non-conservative Piers Morgan always just, gets to Jordan Peterson's heart on such a deep level that he's just brought to tears. Oh boy, I'm excited for this.
Dawkins knows nothing about. Go to hell.
It's gonna be good.
You're not stopping me.
Well, the last time I interviewed the world's most famous psychologist, he unpacked with incisive clarity the reasons why Americans should trust Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Clearly, America agreed. And when it comes to Dr. Jordan Peterson, they often do. His books and tools have had a profound impact on 21st century culture.
Wow.
Now he's back to tackle the biggest subject of all, his new book, We Who Wrestle with God.
I think Piers Morgan sees himself in Jordan Peterson. In the same, he sees himself as this sort of like intellectual martyr out there just he's out there fighting the good fight. And so is old JB.
The best-selling author, psychologist, and co-founder of the Peterson Academy joins me now. Jordan, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Hi, Piers. Nice to see you.
I'm going to
Thanks
get
for
to
the
your.
invitation.
I'm going to get to your book a little later, and it was
They're just
utterly.
they're just classical liberals. You know what's weird? Everybody who calls himself a classical liberal seems to be an old, rich, white man. Is it just me? Am I just not doing enough research or something?
Gripping, fascinating, challenging, all the things.
It's one of the
I'd
problems with
expect
doing your
from
own
you.
research.
But before we move on and then come back to it, the reviews have been almost comical. Like, people love you or they hate you so much they want to rip you to pieces. Do you care? Or, because I get the same, we call it Marmite over here, which is a
see, he sees himself as Jordan Peterson, right? Like they're the same guy.
everything you put on toast, which people either love or hate. Do you care, or do you just want people to be reacting?
Well, look, I mean, if you have any sense and people are paying attention to what you're doing, you're happy about the fact that they're paying attention to what you're doing. And
even if it's bad.
Then whether the attention is negative or positive,
yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, I guess as an afterthought, whether or not it's, got a negative effect on society. Once you're done doing the thing you've done, that's the time. This is an intellectual giant that we're listening to, everyone. This man thinks about the effect of what he has to say after the fact. It's great. I'm so glad that we have him for the, social discourse.
Next thing up on the agenda. And it's been a pattern through my life that people have that kind of reaction to what I'm doing, and luckily in my actual life, day to day, in the real world, virtually everybody I meet is pleased with what
Oh no, someone in chat objects to me talking about this because I don't have enough subscribers. Oh no. At what level would you say I would be allowed to talk about this? Kelvin? Give me a number, please. Waiting. I'm waiting. Just a number. Any number. Just tell me at what point I'll be allowed. I'll pause the video because I want to know at what point I'll be allowed to do this. I don't want to step outside of my bounds. Oh, I'm sorry. When my moderators decided you were annoying. And you know what? They're probably right.
Doing.
Yeah.
And so that's wonderful. The reviews, as you said, have been comical. I was reading the Times review today.
Oh my God.
It's like
he hates
James
you.
Marriott. He just hates me. Oh my God, he just hates me. Yeah.
Oh, what really got him? What I loved about that review was he was clearly it was eating away at him that the last time one of your books came out, he said something positive that you then used in the marketing for the book, which is obviously what we all do as authors. And he was so determined this time you couldn't do that he wanted to address that right off the top. Right off the top.
Yeah, well, I did do it, though. I did do it. I tweeted out something today that I culled from his review to make it look very positive. So I thought that was hilarious.
Look at these guys. Just hanging with the boys
really
right now. Just the boys hanging out, having a good time. Look at this face on Piers. This is a man who is living his best life right now. He's living the dream. He's hanging out with Jordan. These two, they are basically mirror images of each other. Just having a great time, Oh, thanks for the super sticker, Schmegley. Very cool. I like that pair.
Because it wasn't easy, because there wasn't much in it that was positive,
so hard.
But I thought that would really rub him the wrong way.
Oh, it would enrage him. Well, we'll come back to the book. It's fascinating, the book, and I really want to get into that with you a little later. But I want to talk to you, just first of all, I want to play you a clip. This is from when you and I did an interview just after the start of the Russia invasion.
Time to reminisce.
Let's take a look at this. Do you think he will use a nuclear weapon?
If necessary, he'll use a tactical battlefield weapon.
Even if it starts World War III?
It won't. Probably.
Why? Because we wouldn't.
Probably.
What's in it for us?
If you let him do it and get away with it, where does that end? then you are into a Hitler analogy.
Look, there's a lot. You can get yourself in a situation, no problem, where there's no good outcome.
I mean, here we are, Jordan. You know, we're 2 years later.
You can get in. What's the difference between a situation that you're in with no good outcome and World War III? I just loved. I wish that we'd gotten more detail on what that actually fucking means.
We're in a stalemate. Putin is still rattling his nuclear weapons as a threatening, back-off, pretty menacing device. He's done that a few times and then not acted on it, but things are clearly very tense there, and there's a change coming in the presidency in America, which could be crucial as well. Where do you think we are with this war? Are we any better off or towards any kind of clarity or ending than we were when you and I...
Wait, let me just check something real quick. I just want to make sure I'm not, like, somehow losing my mind and just sort of misremembering things. Right. Jordan Peterson is a disgraced psychologist. I don't know why that's a question. Piers things needs to be answered by Jordan, but okay.
Back then?
Well, I thought a week ago that the most likely outcome with regard to the outgoing Biden administration is that the military-industrial complex, who has a vested interest in seeing this war prolonged, would do something to provoke Russia into doing something that was unforgivable so that the war would have to continue. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's exactly...
Oh, it's like you can't even understand the web of confusion that's happening right now. What you don't have to, you can't even unpack it really.
Now, I could be wrong, but that seems to me
most likely
to be exactly what's happened this week. I mean, Biden, in the dying embers of his administration, decided that it was okay for Ukraine to use medium to long-range missiles, which is a hell of a thing to do as an outgoing president. And now they've also proposed that it will be acceptable for Ukraine to use a certain kind of distributable landmine. And it's like, this is independent
it's like,
of
what
what
the
you
heck,
think
man?
about the war, as far as I'm concerned.
It's totally independent.
Really, is that what you...
Is it independent? What does that even mean? How is it independent from the war? What is he talking about? This is going to be used in a completely different... is Ukraine in two different wars right now? I'm a little confused.
This is independent of what you think about the war, as far as I'm concerned. It's
Okay.
like, really, is that what you do? That's the steps you take as a
Wow, what a strong opinion.
president in the
Actually,
final
wait.
months of your administration.
It's not actually an opinion. He's just asking a question.
As a dead duck president in the final months of your administration.
Dead duck.
I think that's a little bit on the provocative side. Now,
Ooh,
my sense is that
provocative, you say?
Putin will hold himself in check until Trump takes power, and that the war will come to a relatively rapid end soon thereafter. I don't know. I'm not a foreign policy expert,
No
and
kidding.
the world's a very unpredictable place.
So
But if I had to
unpredictable.
bet, that's what I would bet on, and I think it's a highly probable outcome. So we'll see. I mean, everything's up in the air, obviously.
Highly what I don't even know what he's saying is a highly probable outcome. It's not entirely clear. I need to go back. Maybe
There's this new administration.
I missed some details here.
I don't know. I'm not a foreign policy expert.
Yeah.
And the world's a very unpredictable place. But if I had to bet, that's...
Hey, no. Gotta go back further.
I think that's a little bit on the provocative side. Now, my sense is that Putin will hold himself in check until Trump takes power, and that the war will come to a relatively rapid end soon there.
He's gonna hold himself in check until Donald Trump takes power. What does that even mean? Hold himself in check? He's gonna hold himself in check. Okay. Using a chess analogy that doesn't really make sense. Okay.
After. I don't know. I'm not a foreign policy expert.
Yeah, no
and the
kidding.
world's a very unpredictable
Not even an
place.
analogy
But if
expert.
I had to bet, that's what I would bet on. And I think it's a highly probable outcome. So we'll see. I mean, everything's up in the air, obviously, Piers. This new administration, this new Trump administration, God only knows what is going to happen with Musk involved and Vivek Ramaswamy and J.D. Vance and Mehmet Oz and RFK. I mean, you're a fool if you're going to predict the outcome of that.
What do you make of it? I mean, they're calling it the Avengers. What do you make?
But didn't he? I'm confused. Didn't he just predict the outcome? Whatever. Okay.
These picks. I mean, most of them are causing surprise. I'm not massively surprised because I think Trump tried the first time to do things in a more conventional way, and he felt that just didn't work for him. He's now had 4 years out of office to really think about it, and he's come back in and he's just hit the ground with people that he thinks are going to be basically very loyal.
Well, that's
and then they're going to be quite disruptive in the way they go about their business.
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks that kind of disruptive, blunt instrument is actually exactly what America needs right now.
Well, I think what's happened fundamentally is that
this is such a weird vibe. It's pretty clear that Piers agrees with that. I don't know. Why doesn't he just say that that's what he thinks? Right? Like, it's such a weird, like, it's like, oh my God. What's the point of this conversation?
Well, I think what's happened fundamentally is that these remarkable people that have aggregated themselves around Trump understand very thoroughly that we're in a time of unprecedented rate of change. And I think that's pretty obvious to everyone. And that there are immense opportunities awaiting us and immense perils. And they're sufficiently concerned about the perils and sufficiently compelled by the opportunities.
This is maybe one of the vaguest statements I've ever heard. I mean, Jordan Peterson is a master of vagaries, but what in the fuck is he saying? What are we even listening to right now? This guy is supposed to be some sort of intellectual dynamo. This guy is running some sort of university online now. He can't even make he can't even put two words together and make an actual declarative statement.
Awaiting us and
perils,
immense perils
and opportunities.
And they're sufficiently concerned about the perils and sufficiently compelled by the opportunities to stake themselves politically and to take the risk of doing so. You know, people like Musk in particular, but Ramaswamy's in the same boat essentially. These aren't people, and many of the other people around Trump, these aren't people.
Extraordinary people. Extraordinary. Extraordinarily fucked.
Essentially. These aren't people, and many of the other people around Trump, these aren't people who need the political power. Right. They already have lives. They're already have immense influence. I mean, for Musk to involve himself in the Department of Governmental Efficiency is obviously something that's taking him away from many other things that he's highly concerned about. But he obviously believes that the time demands that kind of...
What is he highly concerned about? Getting out his latest tweet? I mean, the dude, what does he even do at, like, Tesla or whatever else, aside from, like, dancing around at shareholder meetings?
Response. And I think he's right. And, you know, more power to them. I'm strapped in for the ride as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, right. I have heard some other stuff about how he treats some of the female employees there. So I guess he's got some stuff he's focused on.
You know, more power to them. I'm strapped in for the ride as far as I'm concerned.
More power to these. So he thinks that we need to give them more power. All these people that he just listed and more. Basically, all the Trump stooges that exist, I guess Trump included, should get as much power as possible. And Jordan here is all aboard. All aboard for the ride.
Thought that what happened around Trump in the last 2 months of the election was absolutely remarkable, that these people aggregated themselves around him.
It was remarkable.
We're in for
his favorite part of the election, was the last 2 months when Donald Trump And people around him were saying the worst possible stuff, the most racist possible stuff. That's what Jordan is excited about. Those last 2 months, man, those were just great months.
Unprecedented times, and like the Americans are a remarkable people, and you're
Thanks
always a fool to bet against them. And I think we have a good chance of seeing a revival of the American spirit that is unprecedented in our times.
Yeah, there was a moment yesterday.
Thanks so much, you weirdly speaking Canadian man. Okay. An American revival. Thanks, Jordan. So glad we have you here to tell us that we're going to have an American revival. Whatever the fuck that means in your mind.
When Trump went down to see the latest SpaceX rocket launch with Musk.
So emotional.
It just made me think, this is great, actually. Whatever you think of the individual policies and everything else, there you've got the richest, most successful guy in the world.
Why is that? Why is it great?
Give the individual policies and everything else. There you've got the richest, most successful guy in the world who actually is a big thinker, a big dreamer. And we're going to come to one of the themes of your book, which is about adventure and how the Bible basically tells us to go and be adventurous, albeit with responsibility and everything else. So
man, am I losing my mind? Because I feel like even though we don't watch that much Piers Morgan, I think on numerous occasions on this stream alone, we have all heard Piers Morgan here claim to be, like sort of unbiased individual. But right now he's literally making biblical comparisons to Trump and his sort of billionaire and multi-millionaire friends. Is that what he's saying? Is that what's happening here? Yes, that's the sort of vibe of a centrist, of a classical liberal like Piers Morgan, a Bill Maher type, if you will.
The real sort of theme that I see with this, where both Trump and Musk are adventurers. And there you had them going down to this rocket launch, and it didn't all go exactly how they hoped and everything else. But wow, I love the ambition. I love the fact that Elon
Jesus
Musk
was like
prepared to
Frodo.
say, I met him in France earlier this year, and hearing him talk about why we need to colonize Mars, how we would colonize Mars, how we would get to Mars if we colonize it, was absolutely riveting. And you've got to have an amazing big picture brain. We've got to have an amazing brain, full stop. But you've got to have an amazing big picture brain to think the way that he does. And if he's right next to Trump in this administration, I'm all for it.
So exciting.
That's my situation.
Have they disagreed yet? How far are we in here? 10 and a half minutes. Have they disagreed? There's just been multiple silences where it's like both of them are just kind of looking at each other like directly into the eyes of the other and just being like, oh yeah, everything you just said was so good. I can't think of anything I would disagree. Now let me just expound on what you said and how it was so great.
Too, and I feel the same way about RFK. I mean, he's also a preposterous person. He's bigger than life. He's full of remarkable and crazy ideas, and I'm fascinated to see what he might put in place. And I would say the same thing about Ramaswamy. Ramaswamy's establishment of the Strive Fund was brilliant and daring. And we have brilliant and daring people in government, and that doesn't ever happen. And God only knows. I don't even know if it's a good thing under normal circumstances, because I think under normal circumstances you want competent administrators running your nation. But we're not in normal times. Far from it. And so I'm, like I said, strapped in, waiting exactly.
I'm sorry. I just so you know what he's talking about. The Strive Fund that he just mentioned is a private equity, like a whatever you want to call it. It's like a actually hold on. It's some sort of financial it's like a money manager type of thing. Is what did he call it? Courageous? Hold on, I need to go back.
From it. And so because I think under normal circumstances, you want competent administrators running your nation. But we're not in normal times. Far from it. And so I'm, like I said, strapped in, waiting exactly as you pointed out, waiting for the adventure of this administration.
Yeah,
and everyone's sitting there thinking, oh my God, what's going to happen next?
Yeah, good. We should be thinking that, because we should be thinking out of the box, because conventional thinking hasn't got us very far. You know, I'm always mindful of one of
Coming from one of the most conventional thinkers I've ever heard of. This guy loves conventions. Piers Morgan? My God. Most homogenous guy ever. I mean, Piers Morgan's the sort of guy, you call him weird, he gets upset, right? Like, and yet he's like, oh, all these homogenous thinkers.
What's going to happen next?
Yeah, good. We should be thinking that, because we should be thinking out of the box, because conventional thinking hasn't got us very far. You know, I'm always mindful of one of my favorite quotes in sport was Wayne Gretzky, a fellow Canadian, of course, the greatest ice hockey player that's ever lived. And his quote was simple: you'll miss 100% of the shots you never take. Right? I mean, simple as that.
Right.
I mean, that really is,
so
to me,
true.
that's the difference.
It's also approximately the same percentage of shots that Piers Morgan also misses, of the ones he takes as well, unfortunately, for him. He's about 1 for 1 on that too.
Life between a certain type of person and another is that certain people in life, they just take the shots and they don't mind failure. You know, Elon Musk is going to see a lot of his rockets plummet into the ocean until he gets it right.
We've seen it.
But the thrill
not
of
just the ocean. They've also plummeted into people's properties and things. You know, just wherever, really. He doesn't seem all that concerned about where they fall.
The adventure of all of it. You know, again, we'll come to this with your book because it's one of the big themes. But I do think that I feel like it's invigorating right now. It might be slightly dangerous and it might take us off on
I'm not going to say it.
the places, and it might not all work. But I do feel the scale of ambition is going to be invigorating.
Yep, amen to that. Definitely, that's exactly how I feel. And I also, you pointed out in the with regards to this book.
This conversation that we're listening to makes me actually pro space junk, like, or like at least in the moment, praying for space junk.
That one of the definitions of God in the biblical library, in the story of Abraham in particular, is that God is in fact the voice of adventure. I mean, whenever people are discussing religious matters, one of the first questions that arises obviously is, well, what exactly is it that you're speaking of? What's your conceptualization of God? What constitutes the divine? And you could say the divine is the pinnacle of ambition or the foundation of reality. Those are both good ways of looking at it. And one of the answers in the biblical text is that God is the
This is the dumbest conversation. We're moving on. We're moving on from this conversation about God. These two are so dumb.
The other part of this, which is fascinating for me, involving you subliminally, is that you've become this kind of heroic figure for millions of young men who felt totally...
I love how this guy... Not a conservative, Piers Morgan. You are heroic, Jordan Peterson. Can we... How do we reconcile these statements?
I feel like I'm taking crazy
kind of
pills.
Heroic figure for millions of young men who felt totally disenfranchised from society. And I remember the first time I interviewed you in my studio, and you got quite emotional talking about them and how you felt responsible to them and how many of them would come up to you, literally in the street come up to you and tell you how you had sort of saved their
They
lives.
come up to me, they tell me, you're so great. They're literally grown men. Grown men. I saw tough guys, big tough guys crying in the streets on their knees, telling me, sir, you are my hero.
And how you felt responsible to them and how many of them would come up to you, literally in the street come up to you and tell you how you had sort of saved their lives in many ways. And what we've seen here is, I think, in what they're calling the broligarchy, which I love, which is the bros, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Joe Rogan, RFK, Vivek. They're all bros, and they're the broligarchy. Is that you saw so many young men, whether they were white young men, black young men, Latino young men, but millions of them gravitating to vote for Trump.
Oh, the men.
Because they bought into this general sense that finally there were a group of people here who were going to make you not feel ashamed of being a man.
Piers Morgan makes me ashamed to be a man. Not gonna lie. When I look at him, I'm like, geez. Is he representative? Is he representative for us? Can we disown him?
Who are going to say that there's something great about being masculine. Not
Would you like to
be,
trade, ladies?
You know, to be shirking away from, because apparently it's all toxic. That these are men in the old-fashioned sense. I'm very curious how you feel about that, because you've been...
I'll trade you Piers Morgan for let's think. Try to think. I'll get back to you on that.
Such a vanguard of this. How do you feel about the broligarchy and the impact it had, clearly had? I mean, may well have won Trump the election.
Well, I don't think that the care that I've taken, let's say, with regards to young men is any different in its essence than the care I take with my son.
He's teary. He's welling up right now. Why don't they just make out? Or, you know, just what is happening right now? Why is he crying? Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't think that the care that I've taken, let's say, with regards to young men is any different in its essence than the care I take.
When he talks about young men, he gets really, really emotional.
With my son. You know, I like my son. I want the best for him. I think he's great. I encourage him all the time. I like to see him move beyond his zone of comfort out into the world. And then I have all these young men who have been listening to what I've been saying, who are doing the same thing. And it's the best possible thing. I mean, I had a show last night in Westbury in New York, and afterwards I usually meet somewhere between 60 and 100 people, and many of them are young men, and they come to the show very dressed up, you know. They often buy suits to come to the show, and they're like standing up and their shoulders are back and they're looking distinguished, and they've got ambition, and they're thrilled to death because they're doing something worthwhile. And you know, they shake my hand and they say, you know, thanks for the help. And
yeah, it's powerful. It's powerful.
It's great.
Just fucking hilarious, dude. You can't even finish. He's so overwhelmed with emotions here. Can't even finish this sentence. You know what? I realized I've never seen Jordan's son. I've seen Michaela. I wonder why he gets so emotional about his son, talking about his son. None of us. Have any of you ever seen Jordan Peterson's son? Because I know him and his daughter, they're always doing those podcasts all the time. I mean, I've seen too many of those. It's weird vibe. But then there's this this like dichotomy, this sort of, you know, day and night situation. Michaela and I don't even know the name of Jordan Peterson's son. It's very confusing. Maybe that's why he's emotional. Maybe just because his son won't come and do podcasts with him.
Something worthwhile, and you know, they shake my hand and they say, you know, thanks for the help. And
yeah,
that's
powerful.
Great.
It's powerful.
Great.
Yeah, and
it's great, man. It's great.
Yes, and I remember the first time I interviewed you, my sons wanted to come and watch that interview. First time. They wanted to be...
I am shocked to hear that Piers Morgan's sons wanted to come watch his interview with Jordan Peterson. Oh, yeah, that is a shocker.
What? In the room with you because you had that impact on them. And that I found remarkable too, that you have this real visceral impact on young men who've been really in the last 10 years floundering for their identity and what is acceptable.
Such imagery that Piers Morgan is drawing here with his word choice. Visceral. Floundering. My God.
Not acceptable. And what it means to be a man, what it means to be masculine.
Yeah, well, I had a good father, Peterson. My father, he died recently. He died about 3 weeks ago, and he was a very tough man, very. A hunter, a trapper, a deadly shot, and man with very high standards. And
I hate to laugh at somebody. I'm trying not to laugh at him for talking about his dead father right now, but the way that he does it makes it tough.
He was really good at that, really good with little kids. Mm-hmm. And, you know, it's a privilege to play that role.
Was he really good with little kids? I don't want to disparage his dead father so short after his passing, but Exhibit A?
For as many people as possible. There isn't anything better than that. Mm. And, you know, I think you're right about the fact that that spirit has been kindled around Trump. And you know what's so cool to see with Trump is that he's accepted that. He's proved himself willing to share the stage.
Except for with a handful of his children that he doesn't, you know, or at least Tiffany. And then isn't there another one that just doesn't? Honestly, it's hard to keep track of all of Donald Trump's relationships and children and things. But yeah, I mean, he's completely forgetting Tiffany, who he basically stiff-armed publicly at the RNC.
With Trump is that he's accepted that. He's proved himself willing to share the stage with all of these other remarkable people. And even in some ways,
not his children. Oh, okay. For a second, I thought he was going to say his kids, and I guess I got ahead of myself.
With all of these other remarkable people. And even in some ways, I wouldn't say to fade into the background, because Trump isn't exactly your fade into the background sort of guy. But, you know, the fact that he's invited so willingly these other participants, all of whom are high status people around him, also, to me, put to rest any concerns I had about any pathological narcissism on his part. I mean, obviously, Trump is...
I'm not sure you're qualified to diagnose pathological narcissism, not because of, I'm not even questioning his qualifications. I'm just actually questioning his sort of lack of objectivity on this matter, because I'm pretty sure that Jordan has, you know, narcissistic tendencies. So I think it's hard for him, perhaps, to, you know, assess that particular situation.
Pathological narcissism on his part. I mean, obviously, Trump is a very effective self-promoter, and there's something in that that's a real skill. But by the same token, you know, he has RFK, who's a force in his own right. He has Musk, Ramaswamy, Vance. These are formidable.
The way that he keeps saying Ramaswamy, like, I can't think of one thing that most of these guys have done that I respect to much of a degree. I mean, maybe, out of the whole group, right? And it's hard to even say it considering what he's done with it. I can't even do it. No, you know what?
Right, he has Musk, Ramaswamy, Vance. These are formidable people.
Formidable.
Tulsi Gabbard as well. That's not
formidable. Have you seen Elon Musk without a shirt? I'm sure he doesn't mean physically. He means mentally tough people internally, stoic.
The sort of person you surround yourself with if you're a toxic narcissist. Yeah. That's someone. Those are the people you surround yourself with if you're out on a quest.
Yeah.
And it's so cool to see.
Narcissists never go on quests. Ever. Have you? Have you heard of any story before?
People you surround yourself with if you're out on a quest.
Yeah.
And it's so cool to see this. It's so literary. It's absurd.
Jordan, I was going to come to your dad because one of my producers discovered that your father had died several weeks ago and found an obituary. I don't know whether you wrote this obituary. One of the family did, and it talked about dad. So it's one of the three children.
Yes, I wrote it.
It was you.
I wrote it.
Because I read it and I found it unbelievably moving. I was going to leave it to the end, but since you've mentioned it now, first of all, my deepest condolences on losing a remarkable man. I mean, even if I didn't know the connection and just read this about somebody, I would think what a remarkable life he had. He had 3 children, 4 grandchildren. He was a great-grandfather to 4 more. He grew up in Norway in a log cabin. But then, as you said, he lived outdoors shooting, hunting, bird watching, trapping, cross-country skiing, canoeing. And he was an enthusiastic collector of single-shot rifles. I love this detail. That he loved their simplicity, their design and craftsmanship.
Why? Why is that your favorite detail? That he loved the craftsmanship of single-shot rifles? What? What is this? What are we doing here? You'd think if Piers Morgan was a centrist like he claims, I don't know, he wouldn't be here just sort of having this bro down with Jordan. Maybe he'd ask him a couple of hard-hitting questions about some of his worst takes. But no. Piers loves those terrible takes because he's a fucking conservative. He loves Jordan Peterson and everything he has to say. He loves Donald Trump. And, you know, he's probably one of the most disingenuous, especially of, you know, people with large followings. Although the competition's pretty hot out there. You know, of voices out there on YouTube. It's pretty wild that he's managed to get this far, continuing to claim these things that he does. It frustrates me that we even have to even do any of this. I'm pretty sure I'm going to go on strike soon. Not with the stream, but on watching any Piers Morgan videos.
Importantly,
it's going to be a thing of the past.
Precision of these rifles. And he liked the fact that a single-shot rifle only allowed for 1 bullet as a hunter, dead center. And that epitomized to you the care and attention that he put into his work. And he was a beautiful gunsmith and craftsman, all of these things. And then became a teacher and was quite a tough disciplinarian. You say he could be fearsome. You know, acting up in Wally's class was not the world's best idea. And as a result, there wasn't much trouble
No,
there.
that was definitely true.
But he loved kids too, and he was great with them. And as I was reading all this, I was just thinking, wow, okay, I get it now. I get where Jordan has got all this from. There are so many parts of your dad's character in you, clearly. I mean, do you feel that? Did you, when you wrote this obituary, did you feel that really quite intensely?
Well,
you'd think with Jordan Peterson here, 20 minutes in, Piers would have asked him at least one difficult question right now, at this point. You might have, you know, rather than talking personal anecdotes and just stuff that he knows Jordan's gonna, you know, gonna agree with him on, maybe asking him about the, you know, problems he's been having with the, the doctoral licensing board in Canada. You know, maybe some of the difficulties he's been having with that, or this sham university that he's starting, this for-profit university that he's starting with zero actual accreditation online, but he's calling it, I think, was he calling it again? He's calling it an academy, right? It's like a Peterson Academy or something like that. But no, nothing like that.
You pointed to that detail with regards to these rifles. Like, my father had 300 rifles. This was a real
Wait. I'm very confused. Wait, Piers just got done with this very moving story just now about how your father only needed a rifle with one bullet because he was so specific, you know, and so exacting. But he had 300 of them? That doesn't seem very... This guy seems like he couldn't make up his fucking mind. I hate to disparage the dead, but I mean, if we're gonna, rehash all this and try and talk about it in this light, well, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to come in here and say that doesn't sound very consistent.
Shot. He was a provincial level shot, and it took me 30 years to figure out why the hell he collected those guns. I don't think he knew, and I told him 5 years ago, I said, Dad, I figured out why you're so obsessed with rifles. I said, it's because you want to hit the target dead center with one shot. And that's like it's a symbolic representation of your aim in life. And he thought about that. And my dad wasn't particularly metaphysically oriented, and that was an explanation he was entirely satisfied with. Right? And you know, the word sin means to miss the mark, right? It means to miss the target. And that's acted out in this, it was acted out in my dad's life in this relationship that he had with guns. And he, as a hunter, it was the same thing. He hunted.
Jordan Peterson is a supposed academic. I am sorry to tell you now, but that's not the definition of sin. Do take a moment to Google that for yourself. Oxford Dictionary should probably be the place to go.
And he, as a hunter, it was the same thing. He hunted with a single-shot rifle. You got one.
Keep saying single-shot rifle too many times. All conservatives are Nazis. Some hide it better. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I have anything to add on to that.
Shot. You got one chance to hit the mark. And he was very dedicated towards that kind of precision. That was part of what gave him that rough edge. He had very high standards. A very encouraging person. He believed that he imbued me with the belief that I could do anything I set my mind to, but that didn't make him someone who was easy to please. Quite the contrary. It was a very remarkable combination.
You said Dad had the force of nature about him. He'll be greatly missed. That force of nature, was it a sense also of that adventure that you talk about so much in the book? Was he an adventurous man?
Is this journalism right now? Is this what because Piers is always making all these claims about what he is and things. I mean, I'm pretty sure he technically went to school for journalism. I've heard him claim that he's a journalist before. Is that what this is? You've got a guy here who has said some incredibly inflammatory and insane things. But you know, instead, let's talk about a bunch of random crap. Honestly, I'm sorry. I know the Jordan thinks this is all important and stuff. But I mean, my God. This is just so boring. I think we're going to have to end it. I'm so tired of this Jordan Peterson crap. I didn't even get to watch the whole thing yet. And I'm sorry. I think it's just going to be it for me. I can't keep going. It's too much. It's too much. But I would like to just reiterate to anybody watching right now, if you ever find yourself watching another Piers Morgan segment and you hear him claiming to be a centrist, remind yourself of this video where he was broing down with Jordan Peterson on literally everything. That 30 minutes. Didn't disagree with him a single time. Now, we got some other problems with People like Jordan Peterson, who love all this God stuff. People like, Piers Morgan, who wants to help launder that for, the outwardly conservative. And earlier, was it yesterday, I think? Yeah, I think yesterday we talked about what's going on with fucking Oklahoma, where the top educator in Oklahoma is mandating that classrooms now be forced to watch him pray to Trump, I guess? I don't know. It's unclear. I guess God and Trump? I'm pretty sure that's against the word of the Lord, but I digress. And it's optional according to him, supposedly, but it will be supposedly enforced in Oklahoma schools upcoming very soon for us, perhaps by as soon as I think Monday. And it's unfortunately not the only state getting into stuff like this. And yeah, I guess we'll just go here to Texas, where an education board is approving biblical teachings in elementary school curriculum. Not a joke. Sorry.
And we can add more to the approved
Right.
list.
Member Brooks, if I can, Mr. Chair.
Please.
I am in favor of adding some other materials that would also have a contingency, but we haven't brought those up yet. So I think what our parliamentarian and chair want to do is deal with these first, and then we could add other materials with the same contingency. Yes.
I forgot. This is the full video. We are not going through this right now. Let's just go right over here to NBC. They had the story more succinctly than I have prepared.
Well, right now, Texas is at the center of the battle over religion in public schools. Minutes ago, the state's Board of Education approved a new and controversial curriculum for elementary schools that includes teachings from the Bible. This is all part of a larger trend of Republican-led states making moves to incorporate the Bible in public.
This is a statement that should not exist outside of church schools. This should be an Onion story, not a CBS one. This is a Bible-infused curriculum. That's a nonsense statement. For public schools, come the fuck on. Oh. Oh boy. These people are taking this one election to mean that essentially all of the constitutional things they don't like, literally pretty much anything in law that they don't like, is up for not just for debate, but for the changing. Which gives me ideas for the next time that perhaps the left is in charge of things.
School education. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins me now. So, Antonia, let's talk about what exactly is in this new curriculum for Texas public schools. How does the Bible factor into it?
Well, Vicki, it changes from year to year. So initially for very young children, they're going to learn about things like the Golden Rule or some of the parables and speeches, essentially, that Jesus gave in the Bible. And then it will transform a bit as kids get older. So in 5th grade, for example, they start to learn about Juneteenth, the famous holiday when slaves were freed in Texas. But they'll learn about how former President Abraham Lincoln was a Christian, and it was Christianity that guided his decision-making. For people who are a bit concerned about this, which actually includes...
Oh, good. Yeah, we wouldn't want to leave that out. Wouldn't want to leave that out. There's no way he would have ever come to that conclusion without it. Of course. Duh.
Democrats and Republicans who've raised concerns. They say that it infuses Christianity in places where it isn't necessary, and that it also does that at times at the expense of other faiths, that it could make kids who don't identify as Christians feel left out or like they're not as important.
Yeah, no kidding. I wonder if it'll also point at the fact out that the United States was one of the last, at least at the time, modern nations to outlaw slavery. No, it's probably an unimportant detail. We don't need context.
To this country. Take a listen to one person who's concerned about this.
I love the Bible. I think that the Bible should be read and studied, but it's not the job of public schools to be indoctrinating young children through the teaching of Bible stories when they should be teaching reading and language arts.
And that's a lot of the concern that we heard from both sides. It was a very...
You feel like Karl Marx is responsible for Lincoln's decision. Interesting, see? I feel like this is up for debate. Can we make such a thing? Can we make that curriculum? Oh, right. No, I forgot. We're using the Bible infused curriculum. So no. We don't need to do anything weird like that. Is Karl Marx in the Bible?
Narrow majority that passed this, Vicky.
What do supporters say about that very concern about excluding? It's one thing to teach, just...
For that matter, is Abraham Lincoln even in the Bible? Why even teach history? Might as well just do Bible. Just Bible every period of the day. You can just learn to add to 12. Because you don't need to know more than 12 apostles. And, you can just... Yeah, you can just get by on that. It'll be fine.
Being kind to other people, sure, right? And can they do that on top of teaching reading, writing, math, all the things that they're supposed to be teaching, without making other kids feel excluded?
Well, that's going to be the question that essentially is going to be tested in these schools now. But the supporters say that, look, Christianity is important, that many of our leaders are and have been Christians, and so it's only right to learn about this. Take a listen.
Yeah, but we also have had many leaders who aren't and weren't Christians. So it's weird that we wouldn't also make that also as equally important.
One of them.
Seems like it's sort of an ideological.
Students have the First Amendment
bent.
right to learn these Bible lessons or Bible references that are in the...
The First Amendment right is about choice of freedom of speech. Not of government, literally like state mandate. This is the exact opposite of the First Amendment. This is the like the epitome of the opposite of like the Constitution. Like, oh my god, holy shit! This is the most nonsensical, historical. Oh, this is what we're going to be up against for the next 4+ years right now. This is one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard. Kids have the First Amendment. They make it completely optional. Remove it entirely from the curriculum. If it's a freedom of speech issue, you make a completely separate building. I don't know, maybe call it a church. And send them there.
Amendment right to learn these Bible lessons or Bible references that are in the English language arts materials. There's so many required readings that, for high school and college that come from the Bible as well, such as Paradise Lost or Dante's Inferno.
Oh my God.
Shakespeare quotes the Bible as well.
This woman who is here to tout this idiocy knows how dumb what she's saying is right now. She can hear the list that she's referencing right now, and just how, first off, like she went from with like some maybe quasi-religious texts and stuff like that to Shakespeare quoted the Bible sometimes. Is like, okay, do you want to talk Shakespeare right now? You want to talk Shakespeare? You want to talk about how none of his plays had female characters, women played by women, right? Like, let's talk Shakespeare. Let's, you know, you want to talk about that? Let's get into that. Let's make a day when all boys in school have to dress up as women and come in and do Shakespeare.
And look, this is happening in Texas now, but we are very likely going to see other movements like this come to other states very soon.
And likely to see lawsuits.
You know, if Shakespeare is that important, I mean, Shakespeare is not relevant to U.S. history. I'd point out Shakespeare was British. But if she's going to bring that up as somehow important to American history, I'll also point out, I'm pretty sure Inferno was written by a European as well. But... you know, we might as well use it as American stuff. You know, it's all interchangeable. History doesn't matter when it happened or who did it or when or where. It's all just sort of, you know, it's all ethereal, especially if you don't know it. Jesus Christ. This is where we're heading to, folks. It's just literal idiocracy. I'm sorry to report, but that's genuinely where I'm starting to feel like the world is going. For multiple reasons. So, oh, God. Is Dante's Inferno the prequel to Devil May Cry? Yep. Might as well. Write that down. That's history, folks. Whatever you want it to be is history. Whatever you want to be history is history, okay? I don't care anymore.
The Texas School Board has voted to approve an optional curriculum for public schools that includes Bible lessons. CBS News correspondent Jason Allen is following the story from Irving, Texas.
Elementary schools in Texas could begin using this new curriculum as soon as the next school year. This is after the Texas State Board of Education added the curriculum to an approved list today. Of course, much of the debate about it has been that it includes Bible lessons in stories in some of its lessons on history and art. It was a very close 8-7 vote, and it survived despite an attempt at the last minute to even separate some of these portions that include the Bible stories away from some of the math portions. Proponents of this curriculum have said it's really necessary to have stories from the Bible because it relates.
Well, if you thought America was getting dumber, buckle up.
To the history of this country. You may have stories from Genesis that relate to historic art, or Psalms in a poetry section, or maybe even the Golden Rule as you explain some of these concepts to children. Opponents of it have said that it doesn't do enough to include other religions. They feel some students may be alienated by it, even potentially felt bullied. And
No
the
kidding.
teachers union came out after the decision saying that this was something that belonged more in Sunday school than it does in public school.
Weird.
Schools do not have to use the curriculum. It is up to them. It does come with a bit of a financial incentive, though, money for schools at a time when
It comes with a financial incentive. Yay, how good. Hey, you could have the current budget you have, or you could bring a little bit of monotheistic theocracy into school. How's that sound? Would you like that? Because along with that would come some sweet, sweet cash.
come with a bit of a financial incentive, though, money for schools at a time when every school is watching its budget very closely. It includes money for printing off some of these materials and other things that they may need to go along with the curriculum, and they could have it in some classrooms, some school districts that choose to use.
Wait, they're not just going to provide the materials? You got to print them off yourself? So school districts are going to have to figure out how to provide this material. That's good. And so I'm sure that this won't take funding. I'm sure that, school administrators will be intelligent. They won't even print it off, right? They won't, cut funding. to the arts or something to make sure that we get more Bible verses in math class. I'm sure that won't happen.
I don't want reality.
Okay. Well, let's talk about a different problem. Here in the House of Representatives.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. We're broadcasting from the UN Climate Summit in Baku, Azerbaijan. But we're looking at a bill that was passed in the House of Representatives Thursday. It was approved. It would empower the Treasury Department to revoke the tax-exempt status of any nonprofit it deems to have provided material support to a terrorist organization without any evidence needed. If the bill becomes law, it could apply to a range of nonprofits, including unions, membership organizations, foundations, and media organizations. A broad coalition of civil society groups have opposed the so-called nonprofit killer. H.R. 9495 passed the House 219 to 184, with 15 Democrats supporting the Republican majority. Earlier versions of the bill received broad bipartisan support, but following Donald Trump's election, most Democrats withdrew their support. For more, we go to East Lansing, Michigan, where we're joined by Darrell Lee. He's an anthropologist, lawyer, and legal scholar teaching at the University of Chicago. His analysis of the so-called nonprofit killer bill was published on Spencer Ackerman's blog, foreverwars.com. It's headlined "The Most Dangerous Domestic Anti-Terrorism Bill Since the Patriot Act." Okay, Darrell, why? Why is this so significant? Again, it was passed in the House. It now makes its way to the Senate.
Thank you for having me on, Amy.
You had a teacher in college who made you buy his study guide in addition to the book, playing a game called capitalism.
As you mentioned, this bill is essentially a civil rights disaster that would allow the government, under any administration, I want to be clear that this bill is terrible no matter who is president, but it would allow the government to shut down nonprofits on the smear of being terrorist supporting organizations. Now, obviously, the government, after decades of authoritarian war on terror policies, already has ample legal tools at its disposal to go after nonprofits essentially for any reason that it wishes. What this bill would do, in addition, the thing that it would add, and the thing that makes it so dangerous, and actually the most dangerous domestic terrorism law in a generation, is that it would essentially smuggle in through the back door a domestic terrorist group list for the first time. This is something that the United States to this day still doesn't have. We have many, many lists of so-called foreign terrorist organizations that are overwhelmingly Muslim and or based in the global South. This law requires an accusation with no evidence, but a tie-in. It's an accusation that nonprofits are supporting a group on one of the existing international terrorism lists. This is important to understand because it explains why so many people on the right in Congress are comfortable signing on, because the bill is essentially discriminatory by design. Right-wingers and white supremacists in Congress can support this bill with the assurance that their allies, right-wing extremist groups, are highly, highly...
Now, one thing I found fascinating about this, in the way that this all wound up going down, is that it had broad bipartisan support not before Joe Biden. I think it was actually crafted after Joe Biden dropped out, but before the election was over, and after the election happened, and when it finally passed, it passed without any Democratic votes. So I just figured that was interesting little tidbit there. At least I think it passed with almost 0 Democratic votes, although it originally had a great deal of support from Democrats. I wonder why. Perhaps because of that backdoor terrorist watch list and, you know, the potential for that misuse suddenly in the hands of a different administration. than people were either expecting or hoping for. Maybe you shouldn't wishcast with stuff like that. Just gonna say. You know, maybe we should just avoid adding dangerous legislation to the docket in the first place. I don't know. And does it matter? I'm sorry, Chad. It matters. It matters. It matters. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I'm just looking at the list of people that we have to talk about in front of me, because we're about to get into the thick of the Donald Trump shadow cabinet stuff. We have to talk about start here. Talk about Howard Lutnick, who is going to be the next Commerce Secretary. This guy's a CEO.
Well, it's time for a look at what's making news in the world of business. For that, I'm
And
joined
also,
on set by Charles
if I'm not
Pellegrin.
mistaken-
Hello, Charles.
Hi, Karis.
A continuation of the trend we've been seeing of people who donated millions of dollars to Donald Trump's campaign and then got a job. Not saying there's a one-to-one link here, but there seems to be quite a deal of pay for job going
with
on.
Donald Trump's pick for Commerce Secretary.
The president-elect of the United States has chosen the CEO of Wall Street firm Cantor Fitzgerald as the head of the Commerce Department when he takes office in January. Howard Lutnick is a longtime friend.
Here's a question, though. I keep wondering, right, to myself, because it's hard to understand, because we've heard so much about clearing the swamp. So maybe I just don't understand the swamp, and maybe someone in chat understands it better than I do. Is paying for government jobs the sort of thing you'd expect to see in a swamp, or is that like a different sort of climate? I'm not an expert in like different sort of ecologies, biomes. Perhaps I'm somehow just not understanding how swamps work. Hey, Sasha G, thank you for the super sticker. By the way, this Howard Lutnick guy ran, or was up until now, I think, a CEO of a financial company, multi-billion-dollar company, if I'm not mistaken.
Of Trump's, even appearing on the reality TV show The Apprentice. He was also co-chair of Trump's transition team. The Commerce Department oversees a number of different areas, including tariff implementation, export controls, as well as regulating ocean navigation and undertaking the census. He espouses Trump's economic vision, which is to bring back manufacturing jobs to the U.S. by applying import tariffs and cutting taxes. Take a listen.
We all say, make America great again. But let's just go over for a minute what that means, because we all say it as a slogan. When was America great? At the turn of the century, our economy was rocking. This is 1900, 125 years ago. We had no income tax.
Here's something that maybe some of you aren't thinking about, or maybe they're not thinking about when they talk about these things. Because here's a problem. Currently, Donald Trump has planned to have something like 100% tariffs on China. Okay. So let's talk about that number. 100%. Now, what would that mean in terms of getting manufacturing jobs back in America? Well, let's just talk about it in terms of wages, right? Because here's the thing about that. Just in terms of economic inputs to get you know, people like, say, Apple, just as an example, or Tesla, to bring their factories all back to the United States, to justify that, right? Not just for the reason, like some people manufacture in China for the reason that it's closer to some markets like Europe, but there's also other reasons, of course. For instance, the fact that wages there are much, much, much lower. For instance, according to this, in November 2024, Shanghai had the highest monthly minimum wage. Can you guess what that is? $350 a month. So that was averages out to what, $90 a week? So how do you get that? How do you get that competitive in the United States on 100% tariffs? You can't do it. Just based upon wages alone, you'd have to have tariffs at like what? At a minimum wage, right? Minimum wage, 40 hours a week, assuming that they're only working 40 hours a week in China. In the United States. And factory jobs? Come on, factory jobs pay more than minimum wage in the United States. I would point that out for sure. But we're talking about, just to play the game. We'll say, what is it? What is federal minimum wage right now? Is it $10? It might be lower. Let's just say $10, because there's no way anybody almost any American workers would be working in a tech factory for less than $10 an hour. We're going to say $10 an hour, 40 hours a week, $400 a week, right? Times 4 is $1,600 a month. So it is $725. Thank you. I knew it was lower than 10. But at $10 an hour, right? Which, once again, if you look up factory job wages in the United States, it's much higher than that. I don't even have to Google it. Like, I just know. Talking about $1,600 to $350. That's around almost five times just on wages, just to get even close to being competitive on that one input. Forgetting the fact that there's a bunch of other factories currently in China that make it easier to get access to different sorts of goods, making the cost of manufacturing cheaper, right? The vertical manufacturing system that they have in China is much different than places in the United States where we have to import all sorts of stuff here to get it done. So there's no way the tariffs, like this fucking idiot here is saying, is gonna solve that.
And all we had was tariffs.
So what are Trump's plans when it comes to tariffs, Charles?
Well, he's promised to apply a whole range of tariffs on imports to the U.S. while on the campaign trail as a means to extract funds from competing countries.
By the way, this fucking Howard Lutnick guy, this financial services company, I'm looking into it. It's just a market maker. It's just all they do is facilitate. These people are leeches. All they do is facilitate stock market transactions. This guy doesn't know how to fix the fucking economy for regular people. Are you kidding me? This guy's a fucking leech.
Boost local manufacturing and protect U.S. consumers. This could translate into a 10 to 20% blanket tariff on all imports to the U.S. and extra tariffs ranging from 60 to 100% for goods coming from China specifically. He's started a trade war with Beijing in his first term, citing as his reason for this the large trade deficit the U.S. has with China.
Yeah, this 60 to 100%, in order to get what he's talking about done, I would estimate need to be at least 700%, right? If you include all the other sorts of inputs that we didn't talk about, right? Yeah, there's no way that's happening, ever. Timu ain't gonna like this. People aren't gonna like this. There's one way we could combat the inflationary effects of these sorts of things. Just stop buying. We just stop buying things. I don't know if anybody needs things in their life. but seriously, that may be the only option, is to literally just stop buying all non-essential goods. It's not like we're going to be able to affect policy here, people. I mean, I don't see how we're going to. Maybe somebody has ideas that I'm not seeing. All right, let's go here, see how things are going internally at the Trump team right now. And a couple of problems with that.
Elon Musk, meantime, tonight is in a battle over Trump with Jeff Bezos. Two of the world's richest men are now publicly feuding for Trump's favor. Musk posting on X, quote, I just learned tonight at Mar-a-Lago that Jeff Bezos was telling everyone that real Donald Trump would lose for sure, so they should sell all their Tesla and SpaceX stock. Bezos responding,
how could he?
Nope, 100% not true. Musk fired back, well, then I stand corrected, following by a crying emoji, an ROF.
This guy is going to be in charge of government efficiency. Somebody who needed 2 tweets for this. That's great.
Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Musk has been seen with Trump almost daily, of course, since Trump was elected. And joining me now is tech journalist Kara Swisher. She hosts a multitude of podcasts, has covered Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos closely for years. Yeah. It is.
Great point, Aaron. And that's actually, sorry people, we're going to completely move away from Elon for a second and remind all of you watching right now, Kara Swisher is, in my estimation, more than Matt Taibbi, really more than any other journalist, sort of responsible for laundering Elon Musk to where he is. She had ample opportunity to sort of dig into the more problematic stuff with Elon Musk. Didn't do it for decades, essentially, or at least like 15 years, I want to say. And then he became more political, and recently she had some whatever issues, and then he kind of started talking about this. It was kind of in the wake of after Matt Taibbi got in there, and she was like, why can't I be making a bunch of money? I know you, Elon. Why didn't you give me a bunch of money personally for all this? And so she got out. She was upset. And that's really the only time she ever started criticizing Elon. And ever since then, she's been out here to tell us all about how bad Elon Musk is. But let's not forget that she had plenty of opportunity to help us, fight against billionaires. She's never really cared about that. She's been more concerned about being able to rub elbows with those people so she can get the latest take on the latest iteration of software or the next Tesla model. Not the ample, inequality that's being created by these people, right? She never, ever, over that time was really spending, her energy on any subjects like that. Hey, thanks for the super sticker there, Narwhal. So many cute stickers in chat today. People are using puppies. A lot of puppies today. I feel like I need to get it, get actually looking at what all these super stickers are available. I don't think I've seen them all yet. That is for sure. All right, back to Kara. Let's see what she has to say.
To say you know more about both of them than anyone, and
yeah.
So
no kidding.
What is behind this feud that's going on between the two of them?
Well, they don't like each other. They never have. This is sort of the great fight in tech before this happened. They're both in space.
Yeah.
And so that's where it started.
Yeah, you see the way she talks about it? It's the great fight in tech. She sees them as two titans just battling it out in this just war of genius and just vast tracts of money.
This competition between SpaceX and Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin. And so they've always sort of tweak back and forth of who the visionary is post Steve Jobs.
Right. Sure.
Let me just tell you, neither one of them. But but they've been always trying to sort of vie for that, and mostly Jeff's been quiet, actually, comparatively. And Elon's a nonstop talker, obviously, can't stop saying something.
Right.
And I think this is unusual that Jeff responded, but he did because they just don't like each other.
Right. I mean, it's the person. You just can't. Maybe
Well, not just that, they compete. Jeff wants to really get some of these contracts, these space contracts. Elon obviously wants to dominate here and does.
Right. And he's the one sitting next.
I hate this. I hate this person. I really do. I really, really do. Kara, you frustrate me. You kind of the embodiment of neoliberalism. You are who Aaron goes to get the inside scoop on what billionaires are thinking right now, because you hang out with them so much and they seem to trust you enough to tell you things, right? And for that reason, I have a great deal of skepticism for everything you say. Let's go on to a different Trump sycophant. Well, recent Trump sycophant, of course, because you don't have to go too far back to find her saying some very anti-Trump things.
President-elect Trump's pick for Director of National Intelligence is facing criticism from prominent Republicans. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley says she has major issues with Tulsi Gabbard's candidacy. Haley's highlighting Gabbard's past comments that run counter to U.S. intelligence, including blaming NATO for the invasion of Ukraine and her decision to meet with Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad in 2017.
So now she's defended Russia, she's defended Syria, she's defended Iran, and she's defended China. Now, she has not denounced any of these views. None of them. She hasn't taken one of them back. DNI, Department of National Intelligence. This is not a place for a Russian, Iranian, Syrian, Chinese sympathizer. DNI has to analyze real threats. Are we comfortable with someone like that at the top of our national intelligence agencies?
I want to take Nikki here and what she's saying right now at face value. I want to believe that she objects to all these things on an ideological level. But I do have this weird feeling that if she had gotten tapped to be in the government with Trump alongside Tulsi, she'd be singing a very different tune.
Meanwhile, Trump's former national security advisor John Bolton says Gabbard's judgment is non-existent, saying her nomination should give our adversaries in Moscow and Beijing a lot of relief. Let's bring in State Department reporter Shannon Kingston.
By the way, I just want to point this out. It's just funny how these networks keep going to Republicans for stuff just constantly. ABC, CNN. It's I feel like I see more Republicans on ABC, CNN, MSNBC than I do veritable Democrats or, certainly not leftists. I mean, the last time I saw a leftist on one of these networks.
Along with ABC News contributor and former senior CIA field operative Darrell Blocker for more. Shannon, where does Gabbard stand on foreign policy issues, and why are her past comments drawing so much scrutiny?
Well, Diane, Gabbard says she's under attack now because she's a pacifist, but her critics on both sides of the aisle, they say there's a big difference between...
Oh, that's a good one. That's funny. That's really funny. I wonder how Tulsi would feel about us going to war. With any country in the Middle East that ends with a stand, or it's insane that she would suggest she's a pacifist, a woman who is literally a deep state asset, right? Quite literally, she has a top security clearance. She's been involved in all sorts of non-peace related stuff. And so it's super weird for her to say that. I don't even know where to start. Like, it just seems so obvious and nonsensical of a statement for her of all people to make. It's just wild. Just gotta keep this going. We are already 2 hours in. We haven't even gotten through the U.S. politics stuff. I gotta keep this stream at a normal amount of stream. Where are we? Yes, let's go here to the newest edition, or at least what was the newest edition earlier today. Got another one actually. The second newest edition, Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi. She is going to be the next.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. We're broadcasting from Baku, Azerbaijan. But we end today's show looking at...
In lieu of old Matt Gaetz, if you haven't heard, he has stepped down from the AG pick because he was concerned about, what was it again? Distracting. Being a distraction. So yeah. That's a thing.
Bondi. Trump made the announcement hours after Matt Gaetz withdrew from consideration as Attorney General amidst a firestorm over allegations of sex trafficking involving a 17-year-old girl he had sex with. Pam Bondi served as Florida's Attorney General from 2011 to 2019. She served on Trump's defense team during his first impeachment trial, now works at the Trump-aligned America First Policy Institute.
This is the second Trump lawyer to get a job. Now, I'm not going to say this is pay for job again. Okay, this is not, but I am going to say that it has been suggested Donald Trump owes his lawyers a great deal of money currently. So, I don't know. You deduce whatever you want from that.
Lobbyists her clients have included Amazon, GM, Uber, and the nation of Qatar. The news outlet Lever reports Bondi's brother, Brad Bondi, has represented Elon Musk and Tesla against federal securities fraud charges. We're joined from Rochester, New York, by the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist David K. Johnston, co-founder of DC Report, author of 3 books on Donald Trump, including The Big Cheat, How Donald Trump Fleeced America and Enriched Himself and His Family. In that book, he details how Bondi dropped a probe into Trump University in 2013 after Trump's family foundation donated $25,000 to her campaign. David, talk about her nomination and the significance of the Trump.
Yeah. But seriously, Bob, drain the swamp, right? So draining the swamp means to put into government the biggest Trump donors and his lawyers that he owes money to. That's just wild. And I'm sure all of his supporters will be coming out to criticize this anytime now.
Case.
Well, in Pam Bondi, Donald Trump has just the person he really wants. Someone who will be a lapdog when it comes to wrongdoing by those people he likes and wants to insulate and protect, and a vicious attack dog for anybody Donald Trump wants to seek revenge against. And she demonstrated her loyalty to him 11 years ago when she accepted through an arm of her campaign, affiliate of her campaign for Attorney General of Florida, a $25,000 contribution from Trump University, a nonprofit, a charity. Charities in America are not allowed to give to political campaigns. Her campaign defended that they were going to keep that money. At the same time, there were complaints going from people.
What a hero. We will stand by this money that we've taken illegally.
That money. At the same time, there were complaints going from people in Florida that they'd been ripped off by Trump University, Donald Trump's fraudulent education scheme. and she killed that investigation. So the fact that Pam Bondi is corrupt and perfectly loyal to Trump has been thoroughly established.
So talk about what has taken place. I mean, she would be the head of the Department of Justice, what exactly that means. And again,
I'm sorry, breaking news. What's that? You're telling me DC is now a desert? No more swamp? It's it? Wow. That was fast.
her nomination follows the nomination of a fellow Floridian, right, Matt Gaetz, who increasing information was coming out on about this investigative report from the House, if you want to comment on that, and then more on who Pam Bondi is, how close she is to Trump, how, I guess you could say, bonded she is to Trump, and what would it mean to be the Attorney General?
Well, Matt Gaetz, who
Now, I know the swamp that Donald Trump was always talking, or at least I always believed that Donald Trump was talking about a metaphorical swamp, because of course it would be silly to suggest that he was planning to literally drain the actual swamp that DC is built on. But the more that things go on with all this, and now that the second term is coming to light, the first term was pretty bad. But I was taking him still at his word. It was a metaphorical swamp. But I'm starting to think it genuinely this whole time was just about literally draining all of the excess swamp water from the region, and just literally drying DC geographically somehow. I don't know exactly what that would take.
Law long enough to have a cup of coffee was a totally unfit candidate, and I believe Donald Trump put him forward as a test of loyalty and obedience by United States senators who are Republicans. He asked them to arrange what's called a recess appointment, which would have allowed Matt Gaetz to serve as Attorney General for 2 years without the advice and consent of the Senate, which is required under the American Constitution. What he was really doing was finding out
what is the Constitution anymore exactly? Get
rid of the Second Amendment?
Seriously. I mean, we're gonna play games. We're gonna put Bible studies into public schools. Maybe we should talk about some of the other amendments.
U.S. senators bow down to him and ignore their constitutional duties, further his efforts to become our dictator, something I have warned about for 9 years. Now, in Bondi, he has someone who represented him on the floor of the House during his first impeachment, and I think to call her fumbling and not very good would be perfectly reasonable, arguably not competent. But that doesn't matter to Donald. What matters to Donald is total loyalty. If you want to create a dictatorship in the United States, there are 2 things Donald has to do to fulfill his statement that he's going to be dictator, though he claims for 1 day. You have to control the enforcement of the laws. And there are more than 100,000 people at the Justice Department. The FBI is under the Attorney General, for example. And then
yeah, the new Attorney General. Who is it again? Bondi? James Bondi? Pam Bondi? Pam. Oh boy. Who's just literally a Trump loyalist. It's insane. How many days until? Oh my God. We have less than 2 months, people, until January 20th. It's coming in hot. All right, we're going to have to take a break because we're over 2 hours in. Sorry, people. We're going to have to get back to American politics in the second half. I know usually we try and split up the halves, but we've gone too far. Gone too far. We have to get back to these goddamn appointments. What's next after this one? Actually, do we have more appointments? Actually, we're done with the... Okay. No, wait. We do have one more appointment. Actually, we'll do the appointments. And then we'll move on. Is that it? Yeah, let's do this one. So Donald Trump has made up his mind on who he wants to be. Treasury Secretary. I wonder what sort of qualifications this guy has. Scott Bessent.
President-elect Trump's pick.
Whoops. Scott Bessent will be the next Treasury Secretary if he is confirmed by the Senate. Go to Fox Business.
And we have President Trump's pick for Treasury Secretary. And you know him if you watch this show. It is Scott Bessent. This is the latest in his cabinet selections.
Fox Business.
And it has been a fight, David, because Howard Lutnick, who's been co-chair of the transition, kind of got in the way of what looked like would be a definite nomination of Scott Bessent, because he jumped in and said, wait, I want to be Treasury Secretary. It didn't happen. They shoved him over to Commerce Secretary, but indeed it is Scott Bessent for Treasury Secretary.
Our own Edward Lawrence is live from the White House with details. And we already, Edward, we heard of what a dogfight it was down in Mar-a-Lago from our fly in the wall, who was none other than Larry Kudlow, who himself, of course, was being pressured into the position. He decided to stick with Fox Business, thank God. But it appears that this dogfight kept going long after that meeting in Mar-a-Lago.
So, not only was Bessent fighting with future energy secretary? I forget who they were just talking about. But this guy is another hedge funder. Of course, we need more money in the Trump administration. I believe he donated at least $1 million+ to the Trump campaign. So this should all be great news for anybody here listening. You know, see a hedge fund CEO and billionaire. Sorry, he's a billionaire donor. Didn't donate billions, but donated, I believe, over $1 million. So it's just continuation of hedge funders, finance guys, donors. Getting put into the Trump administration. Let's leave this nonsense place for a slightly less nonsense place by about 5%. NBC News.
We have some breaking news. President-elect Trump has offered the job of Treasury Secretary to Scott Bessent. That, according to two sources with direct knowledge. Bessent runs the investment firm Key Square Group. He has worked with the president-elect on his economic policy and has donated millions to Mr. Trump's campaign. He has no prior government experience. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist is back now. Aaron, we know the president-elect has said that he cares about three things, right? He's talked about lowering costs, implementing tariffs, making the stock market go up, tax cuts as well. Do we have any idea where this new nominee...
Why would you need somebody to be Treasury Secretary who has any... Why would you need somebody in there with government experience? It's silly. You don't need that. Somebody who's supposed to, you know, make sure that the whole... I mean, I can't even finish that sentence. It's so ridiculous.
Will stand on these positions, and how will he help Trump make these things happen?
Well, we know that he is very much aligned with the thinking of Donald Trump as it relates to economic policy, tax policy, things of that nature. As you noted, he was a key advisor on economic issues for Donald Trump throughout this campaign cycle. You also noted that obviously in his professional life, he's been a hedge fund manager and had donated upwards of $1 million to Trump campaign efforts or Trump-aligned campaign efforts over this last election cycle. He and a couple of other people had been the names at the top of the list, according to sources that our team had spoken to. Scott Bessent, along with some loud motorcycles going by here, along with a couple of other names, were at the very top of that list of being considered for this position. And so what we know at this point, Tom, is that going forward, if Scott Bessent, in fact, does accept this offer of a job as Secretary of the Treasury, as our sources are indicating Donald Trump is prepared to make with him, he would be involved with setting economic policy. He would be involved potentially with the development of extending the 2017 tax breaks that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be involved in telling Trump it would be a good idea for the budget, for taxes, for whatever financial related. It's basically it would be one of the dudes hanging out in the Oval Office quite a lot. So that'll be great for I'm sure the country, regular people. Have a billionaire advising another billionaire on what we should do with the nation's finances, and there's no way that goes wrong for regular peeps. Well, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe while you're at it. And once you get done doing those two things, I would highly recommend considering becoming a Galactic News Network contributor, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. And in fact, we are on the wire right now financially, with the December month coming in close, a bunch of bills galactically pending right now, so do consider utilizing one of our many ways in which to donate. Of course, I know times are tough, and we are looking at a potentially even more tough time, so I don't know. Do what you can. Might just float off into space. ITs, chat, ITs. Let's pretend everything's gonna be fine. Anyway, enjoy this short space break. Perhaps grab yourselves a snack. I'll be right back. it's time for you to get back to your seats because we got a whole bunch of galactic content to get to. Okay, well, we're not done talking Trump, but we are at least,
During the first Trump
for now, done talking about the appointments that he's doing. However, there are some other developments somehow, even though he's not in office. Well, chat. Here we go. How do I even start this off? Guess what? Donald Trump has 1,400 pristine acres of Texas land ready to go for deportation facilities. Thanks to Texas Land Commissioner. I actually don't know her name, but seems like a real piece of work, if you ask me.
More buoy barriers are being put into place in the Rio Grande to block migrants from crossing. Governor Greg Abbott posting video, and he has a caption with it that says, "Despite the Biden-Harris administration's attempts to shut down our border security efforts, the buoys are here to stay." Now, in June of 2023, the state spent $1 million to deploy a string of buoys near the Eagle Pass crossing. Well, that raised legal challenges along with humanitarian and environmental concerns as well. And all of this coming shortly after the state's land commissioner offered more than 1,400 acres to Trump's incoming administration to build potential deportation facilities.
Generous.
So I want to bring in ABC News' Maria Villarreal, who's in Rio Grande City, Texas. So Maria, look, it's my understanding you recently spoke to this Texas land commissioner about the land that's being offered up to the Trump administration. What more are they telling you? And is it possible that more swaths of land in Texas are offered up like this?
You know, Kayna, a lot of news, right, coming from the border here in South Texas. We're not far from that piece of land that the commissioner has offered up to the incoming administration. It's right here in Starr County, Texas. That is.
Now, you might be asking yourself, was this state land that she offered up? Well, no. As it turns out, no.
A plot of land that's about 1,400 acres roughly. But when we were speaking with her earlier today and I asked her, listen, obviously you've offered this piece of land up, but if this goes as planned, as what Trump is looking to do and really, overhaul the entire immigration system, they could be looking for more land. And she said, I have it. I have 13 million acres that we are willing to work with him on. So they're not shying away from this conversation piece. Now, I did follow up and ask her, Kayna, if they had similar conversations with the current Biden administration. She said she tried and it just didn't work out.
Interesting. I know she was sort of describing the land as well.
Hold on. Let me check something. Right, okay, so she's suggesting that 10% of all land in Texas is available for this, I guess. But the land in question, even though with 13 million acres available, the land, the 1,400 acres that's been chosen, had to be essentially taken from a private citizen. I mean, they were paid, but I think they used federal law, which allows them to, what's it called? Oh God, there's a real estate term for what they did. But essentially they just came in and said, no, the government needs this land. Paid them the market rate, and seized it for this use. Okay, let's... Eminent domain, thank you. Yes, I think that is the terminology. was evading me. Let's have a little fun. Or try to. All of this has been a little tough so far, I feel, in terms of content. Let's see how this goes.
Stavros Halkias, I just call him Stavi, and I listen to his podcast on occasion. I regret not listening to Cometown, but forgive me, Stavi. I was put off by the name and just chose not to listen at all. I thought...
Yeah, and Emma is totally right for this. There's nothing wrong for... not even just as a person being perhaps put off by that name. It's certainly unorthodox, to say the least.
It'd be gross, but turns out I've become such a big fan of his comedy. I loved his Netflix special, Fat Rascal. I've recommended it to so many people, and I've started listening to his new show, Stavi's World, and he is just like... He's a great comedian. He's the rare cis white male, or he would say he's Greek, but cis male comedian. Let's just put it out there.
Yeah, Greeks aren't white in the same way Irish Americans aren't white.
No, in one of his bits, he's like, "I'm white."
In the sense that many years ago, it was less convenient for Greek people to be white, but that time is long gone.
But someone said, you're not, whatever. Cis male comics who never punches down. And so a lot of liberals are learning about him recently because he went on Theo Von, and turns out he's not a right winger, a rare comedian who isn't one of Joe Rogan's.
Honestly, Stavi is hilarious. I don't know if anybody here has seen Stavros Halkias. I would recommend his content. Generally speaking, I don't think his podcasts are as funny as his stand-up. I think his stand-up is where he shines. His crowd work is immaculate. Not only his timing, but his insightfulness and ability to do this weird. It's like this. He's like this Greek, unlicensed therapist. Just going from person to person, sort of trying to break people down. Not in a mean way, but just sort of... and in fact, not break people down. In some cases, he's trying to build... It's you should just check him out. I'm not gonna... Whatever. He is funny, though.
Endangered species of comics who just care about, vaccine mandates and, you want to put on a dress and call yourself a woman? Wow, we need more of that on our airwaves. Anyway... Stavros went on Theo Von's show and just talked about progressive values in a common sense way. We need more of this for sure.
And watch how he redirects some of the right-wing / sort of insensitive remarks from Theo Von, which of all these guys, I think Theo Von might mean the best, but I don't think that's a low bar. But I think
the ecosystem doesn't allow anyone who means well to even learn anything.
It's clear that
the Roganverse is actively a place that means you're just mired in stupidity, and so you don't learn
and kind of innuendo and conspiracy theory or sort of half-baked ideas. So I think I think Stav does a good job here of misdirecting some of the potential for bigotry / misinformation or whatever you want to call it that Theo would maybe espouse with a less credulous guest to push back on him.
Right.
Yeah, let's not forget. And the fact is, I don't know, I can't remember, I don't know exactly how old Theo is, but I'm pretty sure he's mid 40s, right? Maybe, yeah, I think he's got to be somewhere around his mid 40s. And this guy became famous by being the dumbest guy on VH1, or was it MTV? One of those channels, which is, to begin with, already a feat, right, of stupidity. At the time, it was, first off, it was a different time, but also not a different time in many ways as well. But, on TV, specifically VH1 and MTV were pushing the envelope on stupidity. Not that I wasn't enjoying it at the time as a teenager, or a galactic teenager, of course, which is different than Earth years. But, you know, like, he's now decided, I feel like, to try and make sure that that same reputation gets sort of spread across the entire internet with his just wildly dumb takes. Like, I don't understand why this guy decided to do a podcast. I felt like he must have made some money. Was it Road Rules that he... Yeah, I think it was Road Rules that he became famous on, right? He must have gotten a good chunk of change from that. I don't know what he spent it all on, but my God. Like, did he need to do this?
What are people truly scared of, do you think, when they talk about Trump? But what is it? I kind of start to wonder, what do people be scared of?
I can tell you right. I mean, the thing. So for me, you know, I didn't love either candidate here. I really didn't understand being enthusiastic about either candidate. I think, you know, I'm not a Trump guy, obviously. I think he is dangerous in the things that I'm scared of the most. And the thing that made me lean towards Kamala was, more than anything, was the Supreme Court, and that it would be, if it's put under like far control for the next however long. We've already seen, you know.
I'm in my late 30s. I'm not in my late 30s. I'm approaching my late 30s. Okay, let's settle down. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Women's right to, you know, over their bodies, the abortion.
I might be misremembering when it was that Theo Von first thrust himself onto the scene, if you will. So don't go trying to put together StreamLord over here.
Roe v. Wade's been overturned.
By the way, since I keep pausing this, I'm going to make this point that I was trying to avoid making to cut off, because I didn't want to cut off Stavi just now. But dude, Stavi's got me a little worried, okay? He's got me a little worried. I love this guy. He's hilarious. I don't want to see him go too soon. And, you know, portly, if you will, comedians have had a bad time. And he is, from what I can tell, he is packing on some LBs right now. Since the first special I ever saw of his was right out of the pandemic, and he, like, the first joke he did was about how he had lost some weight over the pandemic, and I think he's kind of put it back on for sure, and maybe a couple extra. And I just don't want to, you know, like, I don't want to see him go the way of like a, you know, like a John Candy, or like a Chris Farley, perhaps. I know he likes to also he likes to have fun, you know. He likes to partake in a few extracurriculars.
Control for the next however long. We've already seen, you know, women's right to, you know, over their bodies, the abortion, you know, Roe v. Wade's been overturned, which I think is really dangerous. That's going to, like, really affect women's health care. Already in states that banned it, you see they're getting less just general OBGYN care because it's more dangerous to be a doctor in those states. So we don't think about shit that trickles down. So, like, it's harder to get just general health care, let alone abortion, in Texas now for women. And
yeah, we were talking about some other crazy shit that's about to be going down in Texas just moments ago, weren't we? Approaching 40. I got like a half a decade until then. Settle down. Hold on, I gotta do something.
It's only going to get harder in rural states, and I think for me that was the number one issue. That's really scary to me.
Well, especially with the border being open and they're letting rapists in. It's fucking, you know what I'm saying, though? It's like you're just Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's the best time to repeal that.
If we're going to follow your logic and you claim they got rapists coming in, maybe we should also keep abortion. But, you know, I think we got plenty of homegrown rapists too. But you know,
We've got our own.
Sure.
Union guys.
We've got some heirloom American rapists for sure.
Jesus Christ.
But I think that's the number one thing that scares me is about that, because it's not only that's the first step, and I think you can really see stuff that we take for granted as progress. Gay marriage is another thing. There's a really weird cultural. I think this is what happens anytime the party that's backed by the powers that be, big business, the rich people, the richest people in the world want far right politicians. And I think if they
still?
Absolutely, without question.
I feel like tech is now. I just feel like the party.
Elon Musk is a huge Trump guy.
That's a good point.
I think rich people will support whoever's in power, number one, but they want to transfer wealth from the poor to the rich. They've been really good at doing it. The biggest issue, I think, the reason the Democrats lost is because they pretend that there is no problem. I think inflation. I think a big part of inflation is that companies realize they can just charge you more and say it's somebody else's fault. A lot of it's price gouging. That's true. And
everything gets so much more expensive.
And companies are, some of it is just real inflation, but some of it is companies are hiding behind inflation. And like Democrats did nothing to stop price gouging, right? They didn't even say they were going to do it. You can't tell people that things are going good when they're just clearly not. The most important issue for people is that things are fucking more, they have no health care. Wage inequality is out of control. People's wages have not kept pace with how much bosses are earning.
Yeah, well, what percent? Bernie Sanders said greatly that he thought if AI starts to happen for companies, right? So companies are making more money.
We don't need you anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you don't get anything and we keep all the fucking profits. And I do think, I think we talked about it a little bit last time where it's like AI as a tool fucking do creative shit. It's so weird when it's like it should be making normal people's lives easier. It shouldn't just be for rich people to be able to charge less. Like there should be.
No, unquestionably. And I mean, that's one of the huge objections I have to all of it.
Some protections for workers, and we should be able to you should be able to buy a house, all these regular issues that weren't really hit on. It was just, well, you got to vote for us because the other person's worse. And even though I think that is true, that's not a winning message. That's nothing, especially when the other side is offering, they're at least saying shit's bad. Well, yeah. And they're saying it's for the wrong reasons. I don't think it's immigrants' fault. It's definitely not. Trans people aren't the people buying up houses and not letting you buy it. You know what I mean? Like, but at least they're saying something's wrong and they're saying some shit, in my opinion. They're trying to make it culture war stuff. They're trying to divide people who should be on the same side by saying, gay people are bad, trans people are bad, when it's like the people trying to are rich people. That's how it's always been. That's a tale as old as time.
Boom. I didn't even want to interrupt that because that's a conversation where you could easily imagine having that with somebody in your life who voted for Donald Trump, and Stavi approaches it in this incredibly accessible way, even when Theo is making kind of some dumb points, like that point
some dumb
I shouldn't be
points.
Judgmental.
No, you can be judgmental of Theo Von. Are you kidding me? Dude is a middle-aged bro who's spent negative amounts of time assessing it. I feel like the dude has spent more time misinforming himself than actually educating himself. All right. Let's go to this really quickly to wrap up our discussion of sort of the political. This is sort of disturbing.
Colorado State Senator Janet Buckner says she is resigning her seat as a Democrat representing Aurora. Buckner released a statement saying, after a personally challenging year, it's time for me to step aside and prioritize my family and health. Buckner stepped into the state house in 2015 after her husband, John, died. Janet Buckner's resignation will take effect January 9th.
So if you're not putting pieces together there, that was
for a company that says
a Colorado Aurora, the Aurora mayor, right? The the town that was supposedly plagued, but of course the allegations of these supposed gang members were being disseminated by a absentee landlord, and And she's been receiving tons of threats, I assume, both online and like through the mail and other ways, because of all of the attention that's been pointed in the direction of this honestly not that big of a place in Colorado, over this political election for no other purpose than that. And now she's gone, so we're gonna have to figure out how to replace I'm sorry, I say mayor, senator, a sitting state senator, a Democratic senator, going into an already problematic time. All right, hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, what's up with all the middle-aged jokes in in chat? I am still vibrant and young man. I don't appreciate these suggestions that I am some sort of elderly individual.
Too much of that in this building anymore.
Although IKEA made a net profit of $2.37 billion this year, the company continues to shortchange the very workers who power its global success.
All you want to do is get back to work.
They're wanting us to take our years of service and ball it up and throw it in a trash can.
300 workers with the Machinists Union are striking at IKEA's Perryville, Maryland distribution center, which ships furniture to about 40 IKEA stores across North America.
I get here at 5 a.m., clock in. I work out in the yard, so I'm out there all day moving trucks, parking the pool, and sealing trailers.
The strike centers on seniority rights, a union benefit that allows workers to choose their job function after 3 years of work, and IKEA is now trying to take those rights away from their newest contract.
Somebody that's been here 2 months shouldn't be able to take a job from me that I've been doing for 10 years. And that's the way I think that they want to run this operation.
I have worked almost 18 years to be where I'm at now. Don't take my department from me. I just want to come in and do my job, and I want them to leave me alone. Seniority is the most important thing here. It keeps favoritism at bay. If they don't care for you, or you're not maybe one of their quote-unquote favorites, they can give you less likable jobs. They can move you from one job to another without really any concern about your ability.
As far as I know, we're one of the most productive IKEA distribution centers in North America, and I think we've done a great job, and we deserve our seniority.
It's not just a matter of satisfying workers' preferences. The change could put the health and safety of older workers at risk.
What happens if I say something management doesn't like? All of a sudden I'm put to a more physical job, and I've been here 20 years. I'm more of the older side. My back don't work like it used to. My knees don't bend like they used to.
I think a lot of us are tired of it. We're really tired of it.
Another issue in
That's capitalism, baby. That's, you know, and what's funny is that I could have sworn IKEA was from one of those dirty socialist countries, so this just doesn't make any sense. Why are they doing capitalism to people?
strike is pay, which workers believe hasn't kept up with the rising cost of living.
A big chunk of us live paycheck to paycheck. I mean, look how much a gallon of milk and a dozen eggs are.
They'll stand up front and praise us at startup meetings, but then when it comes time to get an increase and at least bring us up to par, and they don't even want to bring us up into a decent living wage.
As IKEA resists meaningful change, workers are looking to the union to continue improving their conditions and protecting their hard-fought wins.
Take care of the people in Perryville in this building that have worked here for years, giving us our dignity and respect back.
Perryville was the first IKEA distribution center in America to unionize, kicking off a wave of unionization efforts in distribution centers across the country. Retail workers have been slow to join the movement, and only one retail IKEA store in the U.S. has a union.
I started back in 2008. I was making about $11.25 an hour. Now I make about $29 an hour. With every contract, you get more pay, more benefits.
Can you tell me, before the union, what was that experience like?
Gosh, you were scared to death. You never knew what they were going to do to you. I'd come in one day and it'd be like, you're going to crawl up in the trailer, lay on top of the products. You're going to pull the carpets out one by one and put them on a pallet. You come in, you never knew what you were going to do. You never knew what kind of nightmare it was going to be.
I do think more stores should unionize.
I never thought I'd ever see this here with our union, but this made my years as a steward, with the stress and the headaches, it was well worth it to me. Now, when I seen this unity happen, this is history in our local here at IKEA.
Living wage is minimum $50 an hour. I think living wage completely changes depending on where you live. Honestly, it's you know, it's a sliding scale. The fact is we shouldn't be talking. I wish we could stop talking about living wages. If we would just decommodify a few things, I feel like we're going to be talking about a completely different vibe, right? If we could decommodify healthcare and housing and food, you know, we could have very different conversations. Much more enjoyable ones, you might say. Now let's talk about some of the people who are causing some of these problems. And let's talk about specifically one of those problems I was just talking about, that being housing. And we're going to stay with More Perfect Union. Wow, back-to-back More Perfect Union videos? That's crazy.
A lot of the people here that live in the campers, urban campers as they call us, you know, a lot of us got jobs. The prices in Bozeman, Los Angeles as they call it, everything's expensive here.
Welcome to Montana, a state with gorgeous landscapes, sprawling wilderness, and natural resources that have attracted settlers, prospectors, and vacationers for centuries. But what happens to local residents when the government caters exclusively to those outsiders, tourists, and the ultra-rich? It means that some of the wealthiest people in the country are buying multi-million-dollar vacation homes, and private equity is betting on luxury resorts and high-end development.
Yeah, I guess this is as close as we're gonna get. So the Yellowstone Club is the only private ski resort in the world.
And meanwhile, just miles away in towns like Bozeman, housing is now some of the least affordable in the country. It's harder for a Montanan to buy a home than a Californian or a New Yorker. And people working full-time find themselves living on the street.
They're talking about affordable houses. These places like the apartment over there, and all of them, they're anywhere from $2,500 and up.
The crisis is dividing residents across class lines.
If Bozeman is too expensive to live in, choose another place to live.
And Montana's politicians are making housing central in their campaigns.
Oh, but she doesn't want anybody to like clean
that have hundreds of
for
millions of dollars in their
her
bank.
anywhere or like take care of many of. Like, I'm sure this woman right here who's yelling. She's the sort of person who is self-sufficient, right? She does everything herself. She never asks anybody to do anything for her. She doesn't go through drive-thru. She doesn't go to fast food. She doesn't order on DoorDash or Instacart or any of those things. She does it all herself, of course.
To live.
And Montana's politicians are making housing central in their campaigns.
As long as we got folks that want to come to this state that have hundreds of millions of dollars in their bank account, that want to make Montana into a playground for the rich, we're going to have a hard time having homes for working class people.
At the same time, a movement of tenants and unhoused people in Bozeman are fighting for the right to housing, even as the governor cuts taxes for the wealthy and blocks the policies that could create real change. We're going to go to 3 towns that represent the past, present, and possible future of the state. Each of those stories will show us how the ultra-wealthy are reshaping the American West. Okay, so we need to do a quick bit of history first to understand Montana's current economy. Let's go back to the late 1800s. An hour west of Bozeman is Butte, Montana, a mining town that once produced 1/3 of the world's copper. Butte was once called the richest hill on earth, and local copper barons vied for control over the mines. At the turn of the century, some of the richest families in America lived in Butte. They were called the Copper Kings: Clark, Daly, Murray, Hines. But workers in those mines started organizing around the principle that a handful of people shouldn't be the only ones who benefited from the massive wealth being generated by this industry. The unions were powerful and militant. Some of the most violent strikes and union battles in history happened in Butte. There were years of unrest, but ultimately the workers won a lot of concessions. And for decades, Montana had some of the lowest income inequality in the country. Unfortunately,
What you mean is that globally the minimum wage should be 50? Well, yeah, okay, all right. Well, but I understand what you were trying to say. And maybe I'm just not explaining what I meant as well as I should have. But what I'm saying is that when I say that the minimum wage varies, or the necessary minimum wage to live an adequate life, if you will, varies, at least in my opinion, from place to place, has to do with cost of living, of course, right? And that's kind of what we're talking about right here, right now in Montana, in a microcosm. But right, like in one place, like in rural Indiana, it might cost one thing. You go to New York City, it costs another thing, right? $50 an hour is going to get you, to one place. And the spending power, even, right? If just $50 US dollars goes much further in, say, Guatemala or Nigeria, Namibia, some place with the currency that's very weak against the US dollar than it would in the United States, and would go less just, in one place in the United States to the next. And, so I think to some degree, I mean, that's obviously created by, the capitalist systems that we constantly talk about here, and things that I have objections to being commodified, like housing, right? And in this, because how do you quantify from one jurisdiction to the next, what it's all about, just what somebody's willing to either sell a house for or rent a place for. It's all arbitrary, right? And it's hella frustrating. That's why, why if we have no rent controls or anything like that, we wind up in these insane circumstances.
this wouldn't last. Most of the mines closed in the 1980s, and later a few reopened without a union. As mining and timber declined, the state made a choice to advertise itself as a destination for skiing and outdoor recreation.
The powder? Well, it's dynamite.
Today, tourism has replaced mining as Montana's biggest industry. Montana is creating a new generation of haves and have-nots, with some of the fastest growing income inequality in the country. And the modern copper kings are real estate developers and private equity firms. And the workers that are left out of this modern extraction economy are people like Charles Allen Touchton.
What you got? What you doing, Miss T?
Going to your eyes.
Yeah?
Yeah,
What did I do?
running that way.
It's probably where...
Looking good on camera, Charles.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to make this mug look good.
Charles Allen has been living out of his RV for almost 3 years. He's one of hundreds of residents of Bozeman that have been priced out of housing.
I am doing brakes on Miss Tina's van because this is how she makes her money. You know, if this van's not operating properly, then she can't DoorDash. She can't, you know, so she can't make no money.
During the pandemic, remote workers flocked to Bozeman, and there was a 36% jump in people who make over $200,000 a year. In that same time period, Governor...
You're telling me the people in this place use DoorDash? Well, then I would say that women who are objecting to those who can't afford to live being anywhere near her might, I don't know, might be running into reality.
6% jump in people who make over $200,000 a year. In that same time period, Governor Gianforte made Montana a tax haven for the wealthy. Since 2021, he's cut taxes for the 1% and slashed corporate taxes. Housing prices have soared. The average single-family home in Bozeman is now over $830,000, and the average rent is up to $2,500.
Was it New York
City? The housing
City?
crunch has led a lot of people like Charles Allen to live in their vehicles, and it's overwhelmed the shelter system in the city.
We ain't got but about a month, and all this green grass and all you see is gonna be under snow. So at least by October, by Halloween, there'll be 2-3 foot of snow on the ground.
Charles Allen moved to Montana to lay stones at the Yellowstone Club, a resort in Big Sky, Montana. To really understand what's happening in Bozeman, we have to go there.
There's a lot of anger and frustration about the ways that Montana is changing, like among all kinds of people, agricultural people, working class people, all kinds of people.
We met with Joseph Bullington, a writer who's been covering the gentrification of Western towns. He took us to Big Sky, where the average house costs $3.5 million, and some of the richest people in the world are buying second and third, or maybe even fourth or fifth homes.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's a resort and tourist town. But really, it's not a place where locals come and just like hang out unless they're here to work.
Yeah.
Usually.
Cross Harbor Capital Partners is a private equity firm based in Boston that has been funneling money into the region for over 20 years. In 2014, Cross Harbor created a subsidiary called Lone Mountain Land Company, a developer that has built and owns half of the real estate in Big Sky. 11 million.
11.9.
Cross Harbor.
Makes sense.
Funneling money into the region for over 20 years. In 2014, Cross Harbor created a subsidiary called Lone Mountain Land Company, a developer that has built and owns half of the real estate in Big Sky. 11 million.
11.9.
Nothing wrong with that.
Cross Harbor Capital also owns the Yellowstone Club, built in the 1990s as one of the most exclusive and well-guarded private resorts in the country. The Yellowstone Club was first built by timber baron and ski enthusiast Tim Blixeth, who bought and traded thousands of acres of land from the Forest Service. The club went bankrupt after a series of financial blunders and fraud in 2008.
Real estate developer who founded the high-end Yellowstone resort near Big Sky has been accused of illicitly pocketing hundreds of millions of members' dollars.
And that's when Cross Harbor Capital stepped in to scoop it up for a bargain price of $115 million.
How's that it?
Oh yeah, so here we are. There's the gate. We're not going to be going in there. It looks like they have it closed off, so we might have to turn back around here. I mean, yeah, I guess this is as close as we're going to get. But yeah, you can kind of look up in there a little bit. And there's a golf course out there somewhere, clubhouse, membership.
$150 million for an entire valley and mountain, huh? That's a deal.
Costs the price of one of their multi-million-dollar homes, plus like some annual dues.
Some of the members include Justin Timberlake and Tom Brady, as well as some very rich people who you've maybe never heard of. Waffle House chairman Joe Rogers Jr., Blackstone CEO Steven Schwartzman's son Teddy, the guy who founded Slack, Recent reporting from Forbes showed
Cool
membership was
guys,
up
is
to
what you're
$78,000 a
saying.
year and a one-time payment of $500,000. And like Joseph said,
Good God. Now it gets worse. Please hold. Can't watch this whole thing. I don't have time.
live in Bozeman. Big Sky accounts for 1 in 3 of all jobs in Madison and Gallatin County, but none of those workers can afford to live there. So let's recap. Montana used to be a land of mining barons who had their power checked through the confrontations with a densely unionized workforce. But after the industry shifted to tourism, the private equity firms and developers who took their place largely ran wild, extracting as much of the land as they wanted. This was a bargain that politicians were willing to make in exchange for economic growth. So let's go back for a minute to Butte. Today, Butte is home to 36,000 people, and it's still a place where people can afford their homes. They haven't seen the same steep rise in prices as Bozeman, but Butte is also more economically depressed. Across the country, rural areas that have invested in tourism have seen their economy grow. The Daily Yonder reported that since the pandemic, rural
You know, when you look at these sorts of things like right next to each other, it makes you realize to some degree, I think, that these things are completely dependent upon the whims of billionaires. That is essentially what the difference is here. Is billionaires decided this one town was a place where they wanted to go and essentially keep others from coming to, and decide that other town was less desirable and just didn't go there. And that place sort of faded, didn't have the same sort of economic booms, but those economic booms seem to really miss the very people that, you know, who probably needed it most.
that have resorts or national parks gained almost 60,000 new jobs. But towns like Butte that rely on mining and manufacturing are struggling, with more than 80,000 jobs lost since 2019. Bozeman might seem like it's doing.
Wait, how many did she say? How many people? 80,000? Didn't she say that the population was 30,000? Hold on, let me look something up.
But towns like Butte that rely on mining and manufacturing are struggling, with more than 80,000 jobs lost since 2019.
Yeah.
Bozeman might seem like it's doing better, but it's not clear if the bargain with the
So yeah, I mean, those jobs disappeared and the population disappeared. I just looked it up. Population 35,000.
tourism industry is creating long-term benefits. Much of this new growth isn't from new jobs for residents. It's from rents and dividends and capital gains. In other words, it's from passive income. Boosters of tourism say this new economic model has a lot of benefits. Today, Butte has to deal with the toxic legacy of the mines. To the east of the city sits the Berkeley Pit, an open mine filled with sulfuric water. It's one of the largest Superfund sites in the country. An economy reliant on tourism has more reason to preserve its forests and rivers and mountains. But as Montana attracts wealthy investors building high-end resorts, more and more of those natural resources are being cut off from the public. Because Cross Harbor Capital isn't done growing. In 2021, they bought 18,000 acres of land in a highly contested land swap with the Forest Service to build a private resort and golf course.
Yeah, why have a nationally protected forest open to the public when you could have a huge portion of land become a private getaway for the super rich? What?
And value, the only people who are happy about it are developers and lenders.
Addressing the rising housing costs is crucial, but what can we do to directly tackle the wealth that is trickling down off the mountain, the billionaires in Big Sky? Well, it's not just the beautiful landscape that's luring them to the state. It's also the governor's generous tax breaks. It didn't start with Gianforte. Montana restructured its tax codes in a major way in 2003 when it lowered taxes for the richest, as well as the tax on capital gains like stocks and real estate. What the Republicans promised would be a boon for the economy only attracted more wealthy transplants. So when it comes to these wealthy part-time residents, there are some simple solutions. The state can...
You think the super rich would run out of things to buy, but not when they already have the majority of the capital needed to buy those things.
Is resort tax and tax on the wealthy. And they can tax short-term rentals like Airbnbs as commercial real estate. And they can raise property taxes on second and third homes while lowering property taxes for residents. Tourism doesn't have to be bad for Montana or for the other western states. But much like the Copper King era, Montana risks becoming an extraction economy where the average person waxes the skis of millionaires instead of enjoying the new wealth that is being generated by their work in the state.
When my parents were raising me, we went on vacation. We had nice clothes. We had everything we needed. What, people supposed to work all month just to pay rent? Not have no...
Oh, that's absolutely what they want. I mean, they don't want it themselves do, but they need you to work all month. All right. Yeah, let's go on to this quick some statistics here. From CBC News. Now, this might not be directly related to what's happening in Montana, but it's certainly sort of a parallel circumstance happening here.
The majority of Canadians are concerned the national housing crisis is affecting their health and quality of life. That's according to a new housing survey from the Habitat for Humanity Canada. It reports 59% of Canadians say they worry about sacrificing other basic needs to pay their rent or mortgage, with 41% saying the stress of not being able to purchase a home is difficult to manage. The majority of Canadians say buying a house feels like a luxury. For renters, 88% say the goal of a house is now out of reach.
Wow, those are some pretty downer statistics there. My God, Canada. Well, I can tell you this much: I don't think it's much better in the United States, or if at all. People don't seem to have a lot of optimism, do they? You know, maybe we just need to go back to the old days. You remember back in the day when you could buy a railroad for $10? You don't either.
Well, Colorado is rich in history, and that includes our many historic railroads. There's one up in Leadville that has survived the passage of time. Our Dan DeRue has that story in today's Outdoor Colorado.
It was a stretch of steel ribbon that no longer held a train. Only a memory. In 1988, Ken and Stephanie Olson bought the old track from the Burlington Northern Railroad. 2 locomotives, 8 flat cars, 5 boxcars, 5 cabooses, a roundhouse, 13 miles of steel ribbon, built in 1894.
Now, all of that for the grand total lump sum of one $10 bill.
That's right, you heard me. That's 10.
You know, I take back everything I've ever said. You know, I think that the younger generations just aren't trying hard enough. There's clearly, you know, just still opportunities out there. just like this. Just waiting for people to seize them. I'm sorry, I can't keep going. It's too stupid. It's too stupid. You just gotta get out there. Okay, people? It's railroads waiting to be bought for $10. Alright? And bananas waiting to be bought for $6.5 million. Totally normal, everything's fine.
These are words I never thought I'd say. $5 million for a banana.
A piece of conceptual art consisting simply of a banana duct taped to a wall sold for $6.2 million at an auction in New York. The winning bid came from a prominent cryptocurrency entrepreneur.
We are looking at an ordinary banana and an ordinary piece of duct tape. However, what makes the ordinary extraordinary is the intention of the artist who put this together.
Maurizio Catalan's Comedian became a phenomenon when it debuted in 2019 as people tried to figure out whether the fruit taped to a wall was a joke or commentary on questionable standards among art collectors. This version of the Comedian won't last long though, because the crypto entrepreneur plans to eat the banana in the coming days.
People, you just need to grind harder, okay? You need to be on that Omega grind set. This is the problem, okay? That's what you need. You just need to be a crypto entrepreneur and have millions of dollars so that you can eat a banana. All right? That's the world we live in right now. Yep. Still totally. Everything's fine. All right. Let's talk about the environment a little bit. As the West Coast is getting slammed by a, what's it called? Not a super typhoon, a bomb cyclone. East Coast is being hit by snowstorms. Let's start on the West Coast in Seattle.
Folks here still don't know the full extent of the damage here. Now, we do know that here at this private campsite, about 50 campers and RVs have been seriously damaged, and the situation is still so dangerous that camp managers are not allowing folks back on the property, and that's frustrating folks who are desperate to know if their homes are still intact.
After surviving the storm, Karen Foley's been living in her car and with friends for the past 3 days.
Well, it was horrible. I mean, I heard probably 6 trees fall around me.
Now, all she wants to do is go home, but she can't.
I can't get in. I just stopped over there and asked if I could walk in, and they said no.
The Lake Connor Park RV campground, where she and about 1,500 others live on and off, remains shut down. This is why.
It's like a war zone.
Video taken by a member of the private park shows just a fraction of the destruction.
Oh man, this is my cousin's. He just bought it like not even 6 months ago.
At least 50 RVs and campers crushed by more than 200 trees, some of them 200 feet tall and 5 feet across. Right now, no one's being let into the park, frustrating some who say they're not getting enough information from management.
We're just controlling the things that we can control.
Managers tell us it's a simple matter of safety because live wires are still down and trees remain unsteady.
It is very dangerous right now. So that's why we're not letting people go in.
Some living here say diseased trees should have been cut down to avoid such devastation. But a park forestry team member says 120 trees have been taken down since April.
We have probably another 100 tagged, but we got to the ones that we were most concerned about.
Yeesh. All right, let's go a little south here to, what is this, San Francisco? Bay Area, let's say.
The North Bay now, where the risk of flooding along the Russian River is growing. Our team coverage continues with Crown 4's Charles Clifford, who's live there in Guerneville. What's the situation like?
Well, you know, as we head into the later afternoon hours, the rain has actually let up a little bit. It's been raining hard for 3 days now, but we're getting a little bit of a break. You know, all of the moisture from these storms that falls pretty much across northern Sonoma County drains into the Russian River, which comes to right here. This is a bottleneck near Guerneville before it heads out to the ocean. As you can see behind me here, the water is high. It's not quite flooding yet. They're expecting that to happen a little later this afternoon, but it is still a danger. Friday morning, the Russian River near Guerneville was running deep and muddy. So far, the river is mostly staying within its banks, but there has already been some flooding. Friday morning, multiple vehicles and buildings were submerged in several feet of water at this construction site on the north side of the river. Crews were on hand trying to clear the debris and save their equipment. Along the river, a few neighbors were checking out the water. This man says he's lived in Guerneville for 43 years, and he's concerned that the river is this high so early in the rainy season.
Winter's just starting, and everything's pretty saturated now. So, you know, I mean, as long as we get breaks in the weather, in the rain, if we get the breaks, that's what we want. So it's good.
The National Weather Service is predicting that the Russian River will hit the minor flooding stage around 6 Friday evening. Neighbors here worry about those who live near the water.
You know, everybody that lives close to the river has to know, you know, what could happen during the winters.
The Weather Service is also predicting that the Russian River will peak around 4 a.m. Saturday morning, and then the water level will hopefully start to recede.
Okay. Let's talk more about this. Flooding has been a result of the atmospheric river.
The storms on both coasts. The atmospheric river is bringing rain, mudslides, and flooding to the west. East is getting some snow. Matt Gutman is in Santa Rosa, California, with the latest. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. After spinning off the Pacific Northwest for a couple of days, Northern California now in the bullseye of that bomb cyclone. Just to give you a sense, just a couple of days ago, before all this rain, this creek was a trickle. Now officials are begging people to stay off the roads. Some schools are closed and rivers are flooding.
This morning, millions on alert for flash floods as a powerful storm soaks the west coast and much needed rain in the northeast. In Northern California, homes flooded, cars submerged as torrential rain dumped more than 17 inches. In Santa Rosa, California, some drivers stranded.
People in the medical center and also people here in the inn and suites are currently stuck because this is the only way out at this time.
Rivers at flood stage, overflowing creeks and canals.
You can see that fast water moving behind me. That's not a river, that is an intersection. And here in Northern California, these are vineyards, but I want you to see at how fast this water is moving and what it's creating, a wave that is over 100 yards long.
Are waves supposed to go through fields and roads? I'm not a oceanographer. I don't know. Know all these things. Seems weird, but I could be way off. Alright, let's go over to the northeast.
This morning for millions of Americans, wintry weather is finally here. A far-reaching storm system from the Midwest to the Northeast, bringing some of the first major snowfalls of the season.
I have not seen snow like this in a bit of time, so I think it's the best thing ever.
The weather delivering relief to many states that have been stuck in drought-like conditions, sparking hundreds of fires for weeks.
Does that give you any sense of relief?
It does. I think it's very important that the weather stabilize a little bit.
And snow also striking the Midwest, overnight blanketing the Browns-Steelers game in Cleveland. The home team celebrating their win with a snowball fight. The change of pace also coming to Chicago.
My first snow day in Chicago. I am so happy.
Even animals at the zoo celebrating. But the storm system also ushering in some dangerous conditions too, including wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. Just outside Chicago, icy conditions trapping the semi-truck on a slick bridge. A mixture of snow and ice hampering driving conditions along the west coast as California copes with that atmospheric river.
I kept the kids home from school today.
Rising water already covering vineyards.
Hey, we already covered this. We're staying on the East Coast. Thank you very much. This is Bristol Mountain in western New York. That's quite a lot of snow there. Winter isn't just coming, it is here.
Winter is coming.
Yeah, let's just go to this next one. ABC 7, New York. Parts of the tri-state area get their first snowfall of the season.
North and west of New York City, waking up to snow. You're looking at video from Newtown, New Jersey.
And we're learning about a school delay because of this weather. Arlington Central Consolidated School District in Dutchess County, they're going to be opening 2 hours late today, so they get a little bit of a break there.
I'm sure the children are very excited
to rest a little bit. Eyewitness News reporter Reagan Medji continues our team coverage this morning from Woodbury in Orange County, New York. Reagan, you got a big smile on your face. I know it's cold. At least you have the outlets right there. You can go and grab a bigger jacket if you need.
Oh, no, I don't. Listen, there's no bad weather, there's bad wardrobe, and this girl knows how to dress for something like this. I love the snow. I know there are people tuning in being like, Medji, you don't have my vote. That's all right, because we're going to start playing in it, too. We have...
Jesus Christ. She is possessed. Wow. Okay, well, I mean, she's determined to be excited about the snow. And hey, to each their own, it's fine, you know? See some more snow footage. Everybody is just getting smacked with the snow.
Now let's send it out to Marcus Solis, who is in Warwick, where that snow has led to some power outages. Marcus?
And Sandra, in the higher elevations of Warwick, it is still snowing a little bit. This is an area that has seen significant power outages. Crews were just working to restore power in this neighborhood, which went out about 2 in the morning. It is now back in this neighborhood, but you can hear probably the snow blowers here and all the equipment that homeowners are now using to get rid of this stuff. On the mountaintops, it's a winter wonderland, a postcard pretty landscape in Warwick. The first significant snowfall of the season means it's time to break out the snowblowers and the shovels. No easy task clearing out that wet, heavy snow.
It's all wet and probably be gone by tomorrow, but because we're on a state route, you know, they like plow, so we have this big bank of snow we need to get rid of.
Parts of Warwick got hit.
Yeah, winter is here. 40 likes, it's a lot of likes. Yeah, I can deal with that. I totally forgot about likes this stream. Okay, there you go. Now, let's go a little south to a different winter tradition. Not snow, but Christmas trees. Now, this is the very important procession. One which requires 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 police vehicles. 7 police vehicles. Now, this is the tree for the White House. I believe it's going to be outside the White House. I don't understand why it's being escorted by an entire team of people and police. Seemingly, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't see why the tree needs security. I'm just confused. But also, this fucking tree got driven here from Alaska, of all places. Seems incredibly wasteful. Didn't we just get done hearing Biden go to the Amazon? He was like down the Amazon telling us about how nobody can undo all the work that he did. Well, I feel like he's single-handedly trying right now. Could have gotten the tree from, I don't know, Virginia or something. But no. No, had to get one from literally as far away as you possibly could without actually being outside of the United States. Although, I'm pretty sure that tree had to go through Canada to get here. Well, I guess, is there a way to get to Alaska without going through Canada? Either way, it's a nonsensical thing to do. The tree must be secured. It's Alaskan. You think that's what it is? It poses some greater threat due to its Alaskan heritage for some reason as a tree. It's very strange. Doesn't make a ton of sense. So yeah, you need 32 police cars to protect one tree. That's just science.
It's science.
That's how you protect the environment, folks. You escort a single tree across the country with 32 other vehicles. That's not bad. That's not bad for the environment. Now, I'm sure these vehicles didn't go all the way across the country. Probably met up in Chicago or something. Let's go. We take a break right now. How are we doing on time? Ooh, Hawaii's further away. Ah, ha, ha. Well played. Well played. Could have been Hawaii, although I don't know. I guess you would have. Couldn't have flown it. Well, could you fit this tree? I guess you could probably fit this tree on like a. No, it seems almost too big to fit onto one of those big, troop transport vehicles. I'm trying to think. Maybe the ones they use for tanks? I guess yeah. Could have flown it from Hawaii. Although I don't. Does Hawaii have a lot of, what do you call them? Fir trees? Pine trees over there? I could have sworn they're, sort of like mostly palm trees. Could be wrong. All right, let's stay on the winter theme, but let's talk about winter in a slightly different way. Here's CBS News from 3 hours ago on how they think U.S. winters are permanently changing.
From the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, better known as NOAA.
Coniferous trees. Oh, sorry for not being scientifically specific enough for you.
The latest weather outlook from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, better known as NOAA, is now in. And this winter, the agency predicts above average temperatures from the southwest all the way up to the northeast. The head of NOAA's Climate Prediction Center says it's because of a, quote, slowly developing La Nina pattern, which tends to cause drier, warmer winters. For more, let's bring in CBS News Sacramento meteorologist Tracy Humphrey. So, Tracy, I mean, it feels like we have had really mild temperatures this fall overall. You've been reporting that this winter is expected to remain above average. Overall, it seems like
Hawaii has a lot of trees. Sure, I'm sure you do. I guess my point is you're not exactly known. Can we agree that you're not known for your, as Badash put it, coniferous trees? You know, it's not the first tree you think of when you think Hawaii.
U.S. winters are changing. Is that true?
Oh, I would completely agree with you. Long story short, yeah, they are. Winter is the fastest, warmest warming season for most of the United States. And last year was a record warm winter for the U.S. We had an average temperature of 37.6 degrees. That puts us about 5.5 degrees above average. Now, that also means, Lana, warmer days in winter are now occurring more frequently. Now, there's a big downside to that. It disrupts ecosystems, it alters precipitation patterns, and it can increase the intensity of winter storms, like making sleet and freezing rain more common. And they're also more dangerous. Now, to add insult to injury, NOAA now believes that La Nina will slowly develop and influence weather conditions across the remainder of the country for the winter of 2024 and 2025.
How exciting for all of us. Okay. Look, I am not contesting that you can grow a pine tree in Hawaii. That's not my point. Okay, I feel like we're talking past each other right now because I understand that you could grow a pine tree. You could grow a fir tree in Hawaii, of course. My point is that is not what you are known for. If I asked AI to draw me a goddamn picture of Hawaii right now, I'll bet you it omits all of the pine trees, okay? And sure, maybe that's one of the downsides of using AI, but I would also say it also has to do with perhaps the perception of Hawaii as a society, as a place that you would not go to immediately for a pine tree, let alone a place that you would fly a pine tree from across the goddamn country to DC of all places. Like, none of it makes sense. I don't understand. Are we just trying to prove that we are awesome by proving that we can ship a tree across country? I don't think anybody's impressed. By the way, we've left the United States. We are now in the United Kingdom. Looking at a different place also being hit by snow. Cancel me for tree discrimination? Tree discrimination? Really? Just because I don't want to destroy a rainforest to get one tree to the White House? Come on. I think we looked at this one yesterday, didn't we? We did. Wait, why are these?
The steps to the famous Sacré-Cœur Basilica were covered in a thin layer of snow on Thursday.
Sorry, Joe, we already looked at these videos. We need to look at this again. Looked at this footage in Bosnia yesterday. Let's go here, all the way south. Well, not all the way south, but far further south to Australia, where the resolution of a story which we talked about earlier this week, as a emperor penguin unexpectedly turned up on an Australian beach, is now coming to an end, as they've decided to take this penguin out to sea, I guess. I don't know if I assume that they know better than I, but I guess they're just you'll see.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Gus. You got Gus? Off you go, Gus.
I mean, penguin seems fine with it, clearly.
I didn't name Gus for a couple of days, and I didn't really know what to call him. I really didn't know whether he was going to make it to begin with, because he was so undernourished. And yeah, he showed all those positive signs, so I thought, oh, time for a name. And then I was just thinking of emperors of the past and thought of Emperor Augustus for some crazy reason, and shortened version of Gus just seemed to suit him. I'll miss Gus. It's been an incredible few weeks, something I wouldn't have missed. Started off with trepidation, but I've been getting more confident as we go along, and it's going to be a good result.
Well, I wish that penguin all of the luck. I assume he'll be able to find his way back to wherever he came from. He made it to the beach that he wasn't supposed to be at somehow. You would assume, but no, the way back. All right, gonna take another quick break. All right, I'm going to take a short intermission here. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're doing those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. All sorts of great places to contribute: YouTube, Twitch, Patreon, Cash App, PayPal, and I think that's it. Alright, chat. Enjoy this intermission. I'll be right back. All right, chat. Let's get back to it. That was a quick break. But I want to get through everything tonight. It's already getting late. Okay. Get back to those seats, Space Fams. Let's do a little quick space news and get on to the more important stuff. CBS. Blue Origin launches its 9th space tourism flight. You know, Chad, I feel like I've failed you. You know, one of our main missions was to keep billionaires from taking over space. But it seems like every day that goes by, I fail just a little bit more. And we want billionaires to take over space just a little bit more. Totally fine. No big deal. Jeffy Bezos time.
All right, we want to take you now to West Texas, where Blue Origin is getting ready for its 9th space tourism flight. People on board the new Shepherd flight include so-called space scout Emily Calandrelli, married couple Mark and Sharon Hagel, and Austin Littoral, who won a spot on the rocket capsule in a giveaway. This is the second space flight for the Hagels. The entire flight will last about 10 to 12 minutes. We're going to take the whole thing. Let's watch.
In the green zone today for launch. We're at T-minus 30 seconds. Let's hand it off to mission control and launch this rocket.
Tap off, temp low. Looking to proceed.
This is thermal.
Believe so. T-minus 16, guidance internal.
Yeah, go to proceed.
T-minus 10, go to proceed. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start. 2, 1, ignition.
New Shepard has cleared the tower and is heading to space.
Yay for Jeffy Bezos. Gets a commercialized space flight. How great for him. How great for humanity. I mean, how much are those tickets again? $1 million a piece? So affordable and attainable. All right. Let's go on to Earth news. Actually, goddamn, it's late. I am going to skip a couple stories here just because of how late it is. Sorry, chat. We're going to go Russia, Ukraine, and the Israel stuff. We have to talk Israel. We have way too much to talk about. Thankfully, we got through most of the Russia stuff yesterday. Good God, not enough time in the world to cover all these stories. Now, if only I could stay up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, maybe. Maybe, just maybe. Let's go to this.
Well, after Russia raised the stakes in the war against Ukraine by firing an experimental ballistic missile The NATO military alliance has said it won't be deterred from supporting Kyiv. NATO will hold an emergency meeting on Tuesday to discuss Russia's launch of the hypersonic intermediate-range missile, but says it will not change the course of the conflict. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Russia's use of the weapon is a clear and severe escalation, which the world has to respond to. Ukraine says the missile flew for 15 minutes at Mach 11. It hit the Ukrainian city of Dnipro, and it has a range of 3,000 miles. That means it's a weapon that could be capable of reaching targets across Europe. Well, President Putin, meanwhile, says Russia reserves the right to use missiles against the military installations of any country which has its self-fired weapons into Russian territory. He said he thinks...
Now, of course, this statement from Vladimir Putin is fucking insane. If we were to follow the same logic as it relates to Russia, we would be at full-on world war. Because let's see, how many countries have been helping Russia in this fight? North Korea has been literally making weapons for them, sending troops. China's been giving them all sorts of fancy doodads and different sorts of both weapons and technology used for making weapons, as well as buying their oil. India has been involved militarily on multiple different occasions with regards to Russia. And it's like, if you want to play that game, nobody does. The fact that Vladimir Putin is the only one who wants to play that game. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to open this up to literally all fronts, essentially. And I listed 2-3 countries just now. There's at least 2 or 3 more I can think of that could be potentially, argued into that group, such as, I don't know, Turkey, Belarus, who else? I mean, how far down the rabbit hole can we go?
The United States has got the message. Ukraine is believed to have already used British Storm Shadow missiles to hit targets inside Russia, and American Attacker missiles as well. Well, our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, has the latest from Moscow.
The Kremlin leader has upped the stakes in an escalating conflict. In an address to the nation, his reaction to Ukraine launching US and British long-range missiles.
I like how you took that literally. Yeah, Georgia, sure. Iran. I mean, how far do we want to go, really, though? I don't. I personally don't. We could go on, and we shouldn't, because none of those things should ever happen. Because it's a nonsensical argument to make. It's the sort of argument you make if you want World War III to happen, or you want people to think that you want World War III to happen. All right, let's go here. DW News. Quickly talk about this a little bit more.
Now, NATO members are to hold an emergency meeting with Ukraine next week after Russia attacked the eastern city of Dnipro with a new type of mid-range missile. Yesterday's strike was initially thought to be an intercontinental ballistic missile, but the US now believes it was an experimental weapon equipped to carry conventional and nuclear warheads.
Security footage shows strikes raining down across the city of Dnipro. Russia says it used a new weapon in the attack, calling it an Oreshnik ballistic missile. Damage from the strike was limited, but Russia's claimed weapon of choice appears to send a clear statement. A mid-range ballistic missile is capable of carrying nuclear warheads and typically has a reach of between 3,000 and 5,500 kilometres. While it's yet to be confirmed if that was what was fired, the attack came after Ukraine was given permission to launch missiles supplied by the UK and US in...
Jesus Christ. The situation's just getting out of hand. I wish I had an actual solution in mind aside from just diplomacy, because it doesn't seem like anybody wants to do diplomacy anymore. Or peace, or not invading, or whatever, attacking people nearby. It's a wild timeline that we are all inhabiting right now. Not a fan.
Russia. President Vladimir Putin says Moscow could strike military installations of any country whose weapons are used against Russia.
The Oreshnik missile systems are being tested in combat conditions in response to the aggressive actions of NATO countries against Russia. The question of further deployment of medium-range and shorter-range missiles.
What did NATO countries do to Russia? Can anybody actually tell me what NATO did to Russia? I genuinely don't understand what NATO did to Russia. I know what I know to some degree what Vladimir Putin means. I am being facetious, but they didn't do anything. I mean, it's just this sort of victimhood that's based upon nothing. The existence of NATO is not an attack on Russian sovereignty. It just isn't. This whole premise is, I'm just sick of having to even argue it. Because I'm not a fan of NATO, but Vladimir Putin just keeps making it more relevant than it ever has been. Well, not ever, but had been in the last 20 years. Let's go here. Actually, we'll cover. I forgot I have these two stories, China and Hong Kong. We talked about that recent attack in Hong Kong, the van attack. This happened a few days ago.
So hot right now.
Shortly after that attack, I think just a few days after that attack, another attack happened at outside of a school. Several pupils have been injured in central China after a car collision. Jesus Christ. An SUV rammed into crowds of students and parents outside a primary school in Changde. The driver was reportedly apprehended by parents and school guards. The incident came after a series of violent attacks in China. A hit-and-run attack in the southern Chinese city Zhuhai killed 35 people the previous week. Yeah, and we covered that one, and it's just wild. It seems like the whole world is just losing its mind right now. Very frustrating. All right, now let's go to Hong Kong. As the families of dozens of activists in Hong Kong are very upset and blaming the government. Well, of course, they're blaming the government in this particular case, as the government is jailing them for their activism. Let's go here from 3 days ago.
Tell me why he's going to prison. He is a political prisoner. He shouldn't be in prison. He is a good person. Why is he going to prison? He is a good person. Why is he going to prison?
The whole trial is unfair because what they have done is only, to do what the basic law have already laid down, that it is their right to put pressure to the administration to let them respond to the majority of Hong Kong people. So I don't know what is their criminal offense.
Yeah, I guess dissent? Or, yeah, something like that.
Illegal.
Not quite sure. Ah, subversion. Ah, yes. Okay. Let's go to North Korea real quick. While we're in Asia. A few things to talk about there. We did this one, so we'll skip. Alright, 2 stories. I take it back. North Korea's newest cross-border weapon.
근데 저희는 이게 북한 누가 이거 지시한 사람이 죽을 때까지 날 건지
It's just the sound of wolves? Okay. Interesting. We have no idea if this will go on until the person in North Korea who gives the order dies, or if it will be cut off tomorrow. We just don't know. How loud is that? What are the decibels on that? Hold on. 678. That can't be right. That can't be decibels. What is that reading? I don't know what this is measuring. It can't be decibels. There's no way. 678. I think that's physically impossible.
그런 게 모르니까는
Screaming, laughter, gunshots, and chilling music. Hurts. Thank you. That makes more sense. North Korea has been broadcasting loud, irritating noise across the border for months. Oh, that's decibels. Actually, I take it back. That is decibels. There was a decimal place. 60 decibels. Okay. That's insane. That is wildly high. That's the sort of stuff. I mean, that's go deaf. That's go deaf levels, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, is it hertz? Maybe it is hertz. No, it's decibels. dBA. Yeah. Blam. Wow. All right, now let's talk about the more conventional North Korean weapons, which have apparently been found across the border in Ukraine, and what they contain are somewhat surprising.
Well, a difficult situation on the front lines. That acknowledgement today from Ukraine's defense minister as his country's military faces increasing challenges and threats from Russia. His assessment being supported by British intelligence, which says conditions along the front lines are less stable than at any time.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I forgot that this is like a 10-minute video. You don't need to watch this whole thing. Where's the start? Oh, God. I think it's right around here. It's probably a good enough spot.
Horrific bombardment, a lot of it facilitated by ballistic missiles, significantly less fancy, you might say, than that which we saw over Dnipro in the early hours of yesterday morning. A lot of them too from a new ally, well, a more vocal, more persistent, more present ally to Russia, North Korea. Here's what we know.
The scramble for the dead or the living, horrifically commonplace in Ukraine. Yet this series of homes in Kiev turned to rubble by something other. Not Russian, but a North Korean supplied ballistic missile, and made able to fly here to cause this barbarism, killing a man and his 4-year-old son by circuitry from the United States. Ukrainian officials told CNN ballistic missile attacks by Russia were rising fast, 194 so far this year, and about a third of them, at least 60, were using North Korean KN-23s. But these crude missiles, part of growing aid as North Korean troops also come to Russia, rely on a sophistication smuggled into the Hermit Kingdom. One on display by Ukrainian investigators at this Kiev warehouse of missile fragments. It is a house of horrors, drones that haunt the night skies, rockets that tear down lives. They pick through the dust to learn how the killing machines work, here rebuilding a Shahed Iranian drone's circuits.
Parts from a Kinjal missile, a Shahed Iranian drone and a Russian all-land reconnaissance drone, all things Ukraine has been subjected to for many months, but key, these North Korean KN-23 missiles rely, they say, on components from the United States and the Netherlands.
This box, containing dozens of small bits of circuitry made by household names in the USA or Europe, subject to sanctions globally, but smuggled, often via China, to North Korea.
When you open all this up and find American components, how do you feel?
Чувствується, що якось не дуже санкції працюють, то що. От залишки корпусу ракети, вся електронна начинка, вся іноземна. Корейського там нічого.
All the electronics are foreign. There's nothing Korean in it. The only thing Korean is the metal, which quickly rusts and corrodes.
The journey the chips and circuits take to Russia may lead through North Korea, even China as a middleman, though ultimately they are US design and make.
Чіпи ми розуміємо, що в основному це є Сполучених Штатів, але країна-виробник може бути Китай, і може бути Малайзія.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not a great vibe. Doesn't seem like sanctions are working super good. Seems like the profit incentive is perhaps allowing this to happen, or perhaps a combination of that and lack of ethics. Stop bringing up long videos. I'm not going to watch them all. Hey, you know, we do it every day, and it's not going to be stopping anytime soon. Okay, let's go to the Middle East. What do you say? And we're going to cover last few days because we barely discussed the Middle East this week at all. So we got a fair bit to cover. But we'll pretty quickly get up to current here. But let's start off with this statement from, I forget this asshole's name, Israeli official on their plans in Lebanon while ceasefire efforts continue, supposedly.
On negotiations for a ceasefire, in Lebanon, the United States and other countries are leading the negotiations to return quiet to the north. But we'll be very straight with you. The military campaign will continue until the immediate threat from Lebanon is removed. And our people our people, Israelis living in their own sovereign territory, in their own homes, can safely return to their homes. That's when the conflict will end in our north, not a moment.
You know, I am so sick of all the Jewish like the symbols and things that Israel use. It is so frustrating. You know, you got Star of David, you got, you know, it's just, you know, you got a menorah over in the corner there. It's like, it's so frustrating because it, you know, it makes people conflate Judaism with all of the horrifying war crimes that this government is committing that are no longer can even be ignored by literally anybody. There were some there's been a fair bit of you know, denial from people in the media on all that, but at this point literally cannot be denied anymore with the ICC having issued arrest warrants, which we're going to be talking about very soon. It's just very frustrating, you know, to, you know, have Judaism being essentially associated with genocide in this way, in a way that, you know, previously never was. At least, you know, to my knowledge, historically. But you know, it's just, it's, oh God. Somebody who, you know, believes themselves to be an ardent sort of opponent of anti-Semitism, you know, it's just very frustrating to me. Because at the same time, we have people on the side of all of this also telling us that somehow criticizing all of that is actually the real anti-Semitism, and not the literal Nazis that we've seen in American streets recently, or, you know, people like parties like in like Germany, like the AFP, or the rise of, you know, open, you know, Mussolini praise in Italy, or any of these other sorts of things. These people, these literal fascists who probably, like, you know, like none of that. No, it's nothing to worry about. It's actually people who criticize genocide, specifically this one. Let's go to Lebanon. Let's go Lebanon. I'm sorry, not Lebanon. Why did I think this was Lebanon? This is Israel. Well, that's right, because Israel really hasn't seen this much damage, and in my brain, this was a different place. But this is in Shifram, which is, oh, Shafarim. I think that's actually how you're supposed to say that. This is in northern Israel, and is one of the places that I think recently got hit by Hezbollah strikes. This was from 3 days ago. Wait, 4 days ago. Sorry. I need more sleep today. So apparently several people were injured and at least one killed in this strike. You know, that I don't know, but am I supposed to be pointing out that this is probably a war crime? I don't know. What if it's in response to what Israel's been doing, or what is it? I don't know. It's all very annoying to me. And it should be more than annoying, honestly. But it's just this. The fact that this has gone on as long as it has. The fact that I've had to sit here and listen to Israeli talking heads deny their war crimes time and time again on civilian populations, over and over and over again on every one of their neighbors, while they have the resources, funding, and IDF missiles to protect themselves this whole time. It's like, where am I supposed to be at right now on all of this? Like, in any reasonable moment, this should be very upsetting to me. Somebody just died in, a missile attack, a rocket attack, and what I assume, I would assume, there might be claims that they are in some sort of military capacity, but without any of that information, I tend to assume that people that die in what appear to be residential buildings are civilians, right? But we also can't forget that all Israeli adults, unless they were somehow covered under the previously existing religious exemption, are enlisted in the IDF. So it doesn't, whatever. Fucking hell. Let's go here. Not to Israel, or Lebanon, or Gaza, or the West Bank. Let's go to Syria. Why, you might ask? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because a few days ago they got hit by Israeli airstrikes. That's why. Why not? I mean... It's just, why? Why are they attacking Syria? Syria is one of the countries that hasn't been, really involved in any of this. This is not even the first time they've attacked Syria in the last year. Syria is one of the countries that's not aiding any of the fighting right now. That is watching as Israel decimates the other countries around the area. And yet, Israel's just run out of targets in Lebanon and Gaza, I guess. I mean, anybody have an explanation? Oh, but don't worry, they haven't actually run out of targets in Lebanon. We'll be getting to that momentarily. But first, let's go here. We gotta do this chronologically. This is from a few days ago as well, where a politician was dragged out of Israeli parliament for daring to criticize King Netanyahu publicly. There are 17,385 babies in Gaza, which your system has killed. Benjamin Netanyahu, what the fuck is your vision? What is your vision? For over 30 years, you've been a serial killer of peace. Benjamin Netanyahu, I want to tell you the story of 32-year-old Mohammed Abu al-Qassam from Gaza. I got married 2 months before the war, and after that we experienced the pain of deportation. We moved from one place to another, starting from the north until we arrived at Deir al-Balah. On Saturday, August the 10th, my two twin children were born, a boy and a girl. Asr and Asil, this was after a difficult C-section operation that my wife, Dr. Jumana Rafa, underwent. Happiness filled our hearts with the birth of our first children. Our excitement was impossible to describe. And on the morning of Tuesday, August 13th, I happily went to the hospital and retrieved the birth certificates of my two babies. Overflowing with happiness, I sent pictures of the certificates to my wife on WhatsApp. Yet she did not reply. That was when I received a phone call from one of my neighbors asking me if I was okay. To which I replied, of course I'm okay. He then said, the apartment that you are renting has just been bombed. I hurried over with my heart forcefully beating from fear and worrying about the fate of my family until I got to the reception of the hospital, where some of my neighbors were already there and informed me that there is a cadaver in the fridge. Hardly 10 minutes had passed since I had obtained the birth certificates, and here I am now obtaining their death certificates. I collapsed. There are 17,385 babies in Gaza, which your system has killed. Of those, 825 are under the age of a year. There are 35,055 orphaned babies in Gaza. The blood of all of them will haunt you. And still, in your impudence, you wonder just how you are accused at the ICC. What is your vision? What is your vision? For over 30 years, you've been a serial killer of peace. Of peace. A serial killer of peace. What is your vision? Democracy. Only democracy in the Middle East.
IDKY, I forgot about my resub.
You don't know why you forgot about your resub? Well, welcome. Welcome back to the resub nation, Donald James. Okie dokie. Let's go here, where Benjamin Netanyahu went to Gaza to make this announcement. This was from 2 days ago? No, 3. This was from the same day that he was. Yeah, okay.
I want to
say to those who hold our hostages, whoever dares to harm our hostages, his blood will be on his own head. He will chase you, and we will get you. I also say to those who want to get out of this maze, whoever brings us a hostage will find a safe way, he and his family, to get out. We will also give a reward of $5 million for each hostage you choose. The choice is yours. Hey, look at that. Using those American tax dollars, putting those to work, hoping maybe he can bribe some people into giving back hostages, if there's any left at this point. It's just wild. It just shows you just how fucking desperate this guy is to show some amount of progress in all of this, to prove that he's actually being successful, as if they haven't killed more hostages than they've actually saved with their military operation. Let's go to the UN. This was from a couple days ago.
Those against? The result of the voting is as follows: 14 votes in favour, 1 vote against, 0 abstentions. The draft resolution has not been adopted.
So good thing. It's such a good thing the United States has the veto power. You know, otherwise, I guess global democracy would happen.
Abstentions. The draft resolution has not been adopted owing to the negative vote of a permanent member of the Council.
The United States deeply regrets this Council finds itself here again. The United States worked for weeks in good faith to avoid this outcome.
The United States deeply
We made
regrets.
clear throughout
How can the United States regret on behalf of everyone else? It's not a regret. You're using the wrong terminology here, pal. Maybe disappointed. You're disappointed that the rest of the world wants to do something that the United States is adamantly opposed to. Our supposed allies all disagree with us, but we have the power to veto them. It doesn't. It's weird. It's a weird
Council
vibe.
finds itself here again. The United States worked for weeks in good faith to avoid this outcome. We made clear throughout negotiations we could not support an unconditional ceasefire that failed to release the hostages.
What does it mean? That release of the hostages should be unconditional? This is what the Council has said repeatedly now for a year. Release of hostages should be unconditional. But stopping killing Palestinians is conditional? There are acceptable conditions to stop the mass killing of Palestinians? There's 100 Israeli hostages, and there's 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. They deserve better. They deserve respect for their lives, for their suffering. Israel will always claim conditions have not been met because its plans require it to continue this war, to annex the land and destroy the people. And therefore we can no longer accept its conditions. 14 months, and we are still debating if a genocide must be stopped. There's no justification whatsoever for vetoing a resolution trying to stop atrocities. No justification for that. Madam President, one day someone will dig up these meetings, the records of them, will see us pleading for the lives of our people over and over and over and over again. And they will try to understand why our calls were not heeded. They will look at the people who sat around this table and spoke and addressed you from all over the world to call on the Council to take action. They will read what everybody here has said. And then they will wonder how a genocide displayed on TVs known to the whole world was able to continue.
I now give the floor to the representative of the Observer State of Palestine.
Thank you, Madam President. There is no right to mass killing of civilians. There is no right to starve an entire civilian population. There is no right to forcibly displace a people. And there is no right to annexation. This is what Israel is doing in Gaza. These are its war objectives. This is what the absence of a ceasefire is allowing it to continue doing. This full-fledged Israeli assault against the Palestinian people and the Palestinian land is about everything except the hostages. If the families of hostages can see that, how can anyone in this room claim otherwise? A ceasefire will allow to save lives, all lives. This was true a year ago. This is even more true today. A ceasefire doesn't resolve everything, but it is the first step towards resolving anything. And what is the answer of those who are still unwilling now, after all this death and destruction, not to call for an unconditional ceasefire? Is it to accept that the killing should continue until we resolve everything while we watch that we are resolving nothing? We heard over and over again statements in this chamber by all members without distinction about protection of civilians, about rejecting forcible displacement, about rejecting starving the Palestinian population, about rejecting annexation, about rejecting wanton destruction, about rejecting regional escalation. Everyone around this table agreed on these objectives. And yet here we are. 44,000 Palestinians killed. This is those who are accounted for. Many more are not accounted for. One day we will retrieve them in mass graves under the rubbles, and we will discover the real numbers of this horror. And there will be many that we will never retrieve. Famine that is looming all over Gaza, that is a reality in northern Gaza. 2 million people displaced, still hunted even when they are in tents. Total destruction of Gaza and all the requirements of life in it. And war on Lebanon, its people and its sovereignty. What does it mean to proclaim all these principles, we reject, we reject, we reject, and then shield Israel of the consequences of its actions, thus allowing it to do exactly what we're asking it to stop doing? Madam President, the world should not grow accustomed to the death of Palestinians, to seeing Palestinian children starving, to seeing mothers carrying their children from one place to another, forcibly displaced. They should not get accustomed to seeing journalists killed and humanitarians killed, to see Palestinians detained, abducted, carried on trucks, to go be tortured, sexually abused, and raped. The fact we are Palestinians does not make that less shocking or less outrageous. Maybe for some we have the wrong nationality, the wrong faith, the wrong skin color. But we are humans, and we should be treated as such. Is there a UN charter for Israel that is different from the charter you all have? Tell us. Is there an international law for them, an international law for us? Do they have the right to kill, and the only right we have is to die? What the hell does Israel need to do more for this council to act under Chapter 7? What more can they do for this council to act under Chapter 7? Or will this council be the last place on earth that cannot recognize a threat to peace when they see it? When it is so glaring, so undeniable? You are witnessing the attempt to annihilate a nation, destroy a nation. It is not even hidden, it is in plain sight. And yet the very tools designed to respond to these situations are not being used. So which one is it? Are Palestinian lives not worth saving? Or does Israel have a license to kill? Can this council only adopt resolutions and then witness their blatant breach? This self-inflicted powerlessness has to stop. And like Algeria, we repeat, the resolutions of this council are binding. Their role is to be enforced. Their role is to change reality, not to record violations for history's purposes and then allow them to continue. Had diplomatic efforts succeeded, we would not be here. We recognize all the efforts that were done, all the diplomatic efforts that were conducted. And yet, we have to recognize children are still starving in Gaza. Families are being killed. Communities are being obliterated. Had these efforts succeeded, we would not be here. But what we cannot accept is that Israel has a veto that blocks any attempts to put an end to this war, especially when we know what are its true intentions. Madam President, many peoples, many governments around the world are saying the right things and trying to do the right things. And we have here to express our gratitude to the E10 for their relentless efforts for over a year now. And in the recent month, we all were hoping that 2735 would lead to a ceasefire. And we can discuss who is responsible for that ceasefire not occurring. For us, it is pretty clear that Israel had never an intention to accept a ceasefire and has found every reason not to have a ceasefire. We thank Guyana for its efforts in coordinating the E10 initiative. We thank all of those who have voted in favor of this resolution, and we agree with Malta and with Algeria. This is the bare minimum. This is the bare minimum that morality, humanity, legality would plead for. And this bare minimum, even this bare minimum, was vetoed. I truly do not understand, and you're saying we cannot be for an unconditional ceasefire. What that means, in effect, now, is that we are for a war. You're saying we cannot be for an unconditional ceasefire that does not release the hostages. Is this war releasing the hostages? Is it even trying to release the hostages? So what does it mean? We accept this war that is killing hostages, and that is killing, maiming, terrorizing, destroying an entire nation. When is it enough? When is it the point where we say, no, we mean ceasefire now? Now. We will not allow you to not listen to us, to ignore us, to insult us, to play games with us. This resolution is trying to restore life, to save lives. It's not a dangerous message. The draft resolution is not a dangerous message. This veto is a dangerous message to Israel that it can continue executing its plans, the very plans you oppose. And the messages we send do matter. And that is the wrong message at the worst possible time. Israel is responsible for the Palestinian civilians it kills. It cannot be absolved of that responsibility. It is killing them purposefully, deliberately, repeatedly, massively. It is starving them on purpose. Nobody can deny it. We sat in this room, we heard every UN agency, every testimony, every NGO, Palestinian, Israeli, international, saying the same things. This is by design. What does it mean that release of the hostages should be unconditional? This is what the Council has said repeatedly now for a year. Release of hostages should be unconditional. But stopping killing Palestinians is conditional? There are acceptable conditions to stop the mass killing of Palestinians? There's 100 Israeli hostages, and there's 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. They deserve better. They deserve respect for their lives, for their suffering. Israel will always claim conditions have not been met because its plans require it to continue this war, to annex the land and destroy the people. And therefore we can no longer accept its conditions. 14 months, and we are still debating if a genocide must be stopped. There's no justification.
Okay, yeah, that's a good place to stop it, I think. I just figured I'd let him go there for a while. So that's a very moving speech and very important one. Directly after that, a lot of stuff happened. Let's go here to Democracy Now! Talk about something that happened back in the U.S. Senate around that time. It was right after that, actually.
What happened on the Senate floor. Independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders speaking ahead of Wednesday's Senate vote to block the sale of U.S. tank rounds, bomb kits, and other lethal weapons to Israel. The measure did fail, but 18 other senators joined Sanders to stop arming Israel.
I've heard members of the U.S. Senate come to this floor to denounce human rights violations taking place around the world. I've heard well-founded concerns about China's brutal reception of the Uyghur ethnic minority. I've heard rightful outrage about Putin's brutal attacks against Ukraine and bombing of civilian installations. I've heard genuine concern about Iran's outrageous crackdown on peaceful protesters. I've heard repeated condemnations of Saudi Arabia Saudi Arabia's terrible treatment of women and political dissidents. And on it goes. A lot of folks come to the floor to talk about human rights and what's going on throughout the world. But what I want to say to all those folks, nobody is going to take anything you say with a grain of seriousness. You cannot condemn human rights around the world and then turn a blind eye to what the United States government is now funding in Israel. People will laugh in your face. They will say to you, you're concerned about China, you're concerned about Russia, you're concerned about Iran. Well, why are you funding the starvation of children in Gaza right now?
Yeah.
So that's Senator Bernie Sanders. While this move did fail.
And the fact is that, you know, like, that is one of the big problems right now that the U.S. government has. Is lack of credibility. Is not just, and it's not just around the world, right? And in many ways, I feel like the result of 2024's election was a vote of no confidence from especially Democrats. I think just sensible people. The lack of votes, like, you know, we've talked about the depressed turnout. No matter how much, you know, right wingers, Republicans want to, you know, take a victory lap here. Democracy failed in 2024, not just because Donald Trump won, but because less people turned out than did in 2020, even though the population increased by 20 million people. It's a vote of no confidence in the entire government and what's been going on, not just with the messaging of the campaign, you know, but it's like, this is not like literally this, but it's the dichotomy, it's the hypocrisy, it's the sending hundreds of billions of dollars overseas, and, you know, then not using that money to take care of people at home, you know, while also having those monies, funding two very different situations, right? But claiming somehow that there's the same, and people, they're just not that stupid. They're just not that stupid. I know that the American government has all the faith in the stupidity of the American people, but even I think that there's a you know, there's a limit to it, and that, you know, people, you can't pull the wool that far over people's eyes. All right. Speaking of people who were sick of having the wool pulled over their eyes, let's go and talk about the International Criminal Court.
In The Hague, the International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for crimes against humanity and war crimes committed during Israel's assault on Gaza. In a statement, the ICC said the Israeli leaders had, quote, intentionally and knowingly deprived the civilian population in Gaza of objects indispensable to their survival, including food, water and medicine and medical supplies, as well as fuel and electricity. The ICC also issued an arrest warrant for Hamas military commander Mohammed Deif, though Israel's military claims it killed Deif in a July airstrike. The ICC arrest warrants come a week after a UN Special Committee found Israel's actions in Gaza since October 2023 are, quote, consistent with genocide, including using starvation as a weapon of war and recklessly inflicting civilian casualties.
In related news, on Wednesday, the United States vetoed a Gaza ceasefire resolution at the UN Security Council for the fourth time, and the U.S. Senate rejected a resolution brought by Senator Bernie Sanders that sought to block the sale of U.S. tank rounds, bomb kits, and other lethal weapons to Israel. 19 senators supported blocking the arms. For more on all of this, we're joined by Akbar Shahed Ahmed, senior diplomatic correspondent for HuffPost. His latest piece is exclusive. White House says Democrats who oppose weapons to Israel are aiding Hamas. Ahmed, thank you so much for being with us as you write your book on the Biden administration in Gaza called Crossing the Red Line. Clearly, the ICC has ruled that today by issuing arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as the former defense minister Yoav Gallant. Can you talk about the significance of this move?
Yeah, Amy, this is just an absolutely huge development, and it's significant for a number of reasons. It's significant because the ICC has come out and amplified and affirmed the allegations of crimes against humanity, of war crimes. This is one more international body. These are trained international judges with a great deal of respect. This is a court that most of the world is a member of. And they're coming out and saying, look, we think there are reasonable grounds to believe that these major international red lines have been crossed by the Israelis. Yeah. What's really important to remember is that this isn't just a decision about Israel. By extension, it fundamentally is a decision about the United States, which has been the ultimate enabler of Israel's offensives in Gaza and Lebanon, which are under consideration by the ICC. And even in this ICC statement today, they point out that in the situations where Israel has addressed concerns over what it describes as starvation as a method of warfare, right, depriving civilians, Palestinians of food, water, medical equipment, Israel has really only done so in an extremely arbitrary and what the ICC judges call conditional way in response to the US. So fundamentally, Amy, what we're seeing is the ICC is saying yet again that Israel and the US, as its major enabler and backer, are in the dark and will continue to be in the dark for years to come. This kind of adds to a broader picture.
Yeah, and I mean this is a massive stain on the American, democracy, the supposed myth that is constantly being told that we are the purveyors of democracy around the world. Completely just this one really makes us look just atrocious. Sure, there's been plenty of examples in recent past that we could bring up, even in this very region. But somehow, some of the steps taken during all of this, the active sort of what do you call it, obstruction, the active obstruction, I would call it. Here I am trying to use legal words right now, but that's what it genuinely seems like, is that we've been actively obstructing the United Nations and the ICC, the ICJ, and all these supposed international law bodies that we supposedly support from doing their purported jobs. Really sort of flies in the face of our narrative.
The International Criminal Court has just issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, accused.
Honestly, I just thought it'd be more fun. Like, we could watch the Democracy Now! One, but I think it's gonna be more fun to watch CNN try and deal with this. Because, of course, as we all know, CNN has been here playing Israel's lawyer like it's their job somehow.
Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, accusing them of war crimes in Gaza. And also for a top Hamas commander, also known as Mohammed Deif, who is believed to be dead. The court says it found reasonable grounds to believe the prime minister bears criminal responsibility for war crimes, including starvation as a method of warfare. And it rejected
the way that they were putting it. This copy is hilarious. They're still playing Israel's lawyer. It's all alleged, perceived, unsubstantiated.
Responsibility for war crimes, including starvation, as a method of warfare. And it rejected Israel's challenge of the court's jurisdiction over the matter. CNN's Nick Robertson joins us now from Jerusalem. Nick, what more can you tell us?
Well, this is a very, very significant escalation. It was first announced by Karim Khan, the ICC chief prosecutor, back in May, that he was going to seek to request arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, who was the defense minister at the time, as well as 3 other senior Hamas officials, including Mohammed Deif, Ismail Haniyeh, Yahya Sinwar, the other. Those 3 are all dead. Deif believed to have been killed in July, so unclear why they've issued an arrest warrant now for him. But by overturning Israel's rejection of the jurisdiction and the allegations by the court, this clears the way for something very, very significant, which Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel have never, ever faced before. These are very, very serious charges and allegations, as you read them out there.
Allegation. Okay, CNN. How much do you think they're getting paid? Do you think it's like $5,000 an hour for this kind of legal defense? I mean, what are we doing here, guys? Have you not been? I mean, obviously, they've been paying attention for the last 12 months. Whether or not they've been actually willing to assess any of that with any modicum of truth is, of course, a completely different discussion. Of course, they haven't. But, you know, in this moment, it feels really, really weird. They're talking about it as alleged. Oh, it's alleged, okay. No, nothing's been proven. It's not like we have a bunch of video evidence.
Court believes they have grounds to believe that he bears criminal responsibility for war crimes, as you said, including starvation as a method of warfare, and of crimes against humanity, of murder, persecution, and of other crimes. These are very, very serious allegations. These are not the sorts of allegations that the Prime Minister has faced before. When the ICC first made these.
You could just say crimes. These are very serious crimes. These are very serious crimes. These are crimes, and they're very serious. So you could say it that way too. You know, it's really all about how you want to frame it.
Back in May, the Prime Minister's office said that they were absurd. That they.
You could also call it the war criminal or the war criminals office. You know, see, it's a fun game we can play here, semantical game, if you will.
False, and that they were a distortion of reality. It is something that back then the Prime Minister took.
Speaking of distortion of reality, oh, look at what network we're on. It's funny. Full circle here. I wonder if they'll be at The Hague to defend Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, or if they'll just do it from the comfort of the news studio. What do you think? Oh, thanks for the super chat, Nadia.
Very seriously, has been in meetings today with the US mediator Amos Hochstein, talking about the possibility of a ceasefire with Hezbollah in Lebanon to the north. But this is absolutely now going to come front and center of the.
Yeah, should be fun to see how CNN decides to cope with all of that in the future. I wonder if Benjamin Netanyahu will be at the trial. I wonder how any of that go. Should be interesting to see him try and leave Israel at any point. There's not a lot of countries. U.S. is one of the very few countries that, you know, both has 5-star hotels as well as doesn't recognize the ICC. So I guess he's gonna have to make some sacrifices here. Now let's go and see what Marwan Bashara, Al Jazeera correspondent, who we have turned to on many occasions over the last year, has to say on all this.
Special breaking news coverage of the International Criminal Court, the ICC at The Hague, issuing arrest warrants for Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for war crimes committed in the Gaza Strip. The court also issued an arrest warrant for Hamas leader Mohammed Deif, who Israel says it killed back in July. The ICC accuses Netanyahu and Gallant of war crimes, including using starvation as a method of warfare and crimes against humanity, such as murder, persecution and inhumane acts. The court says Netanyahu and Gallant knowingly deprived Gaza's civilian population of food, water, medicine and fuel. It also says that by preventing humanitarian assistance, Israel failed to fulfill its obligations under international humanitarian law. U.S. Senate Republican Lindsey Graham has condemned the court's decision, calling it the International Corrupt Criminal Court. He says the court has acted in the most absurd and irresponsible manner possible. He went on to say that the court is a dangerous joke. It is now time for the U.S. Senate, he says, to act and sanction this irresponsible body. And he called on Democrat Chuck Schumer to pass bipartisan legislation sanctioning the court. While the EU's top diplomat, Joseph Borrell, has been reacting to the ICC decision, he says the arrest warrants will be binding in all EU member states.
The decision of the court has to be respected and implemented. So I take note.
Sorry, hold on.
Are binding to implement this court decision.
Let's bring in our senior political analyst now, Marwan Bashara, who's live here in Doha. Marwan, you've heard some of the reactions out of the U.S. You heard Borrell's reaction there. What do you make of this?
Folly, it's a very important thing that we just heard, both from the Americans and the Europeans. And it's really indispensable to understand what we are facing. I think, first and foremost, we need to juxtaposition the American position with the European position. Because I think moving forward, especially after January 20th, when Trump takes over, I think the contrast between Washington and Brussels is going to be huge. And I think the Europeans, despite their unconditional support, or some of them, despite their Germany, for example, and the UK's support for Israel, but Europe at large will not disrespect, will not undermine the ICC, the International Criminal Court, or the ICJ. They will not. They respect them, they value them, and they will demand that everyone else does the same. This is going to be contrasted with the American position, whether under Biden or under Trump, especially with Congress being headed by Republicans, that they're going to try to undermine the world courts, whether it's ICJ or ICC. And they're going to probably, I would say, especially under the Republicans, try to sanction the court.
Yeah, I guess we'll just sanction the Netherlands. Weird vibes. Weird vibes here that we're looking at or currently living through. God damn. I really had hopes that we wouldn't be looking at a Trump presidency. The amount of leverage leftists are going to have, not that leftists had a whole lot of leverage to begin with, but certainly it's not going to increase with the Donald Trump presidency, unfortunately. Now let's quickly go to this. This was DW News from 15 hours ago. A little sort of smash up of world leaders reacting to these ICC arrest warrants. Has been somewhat mixed, but the list of people who
Israeli Prime Minister
are less excited about this ICC announcement perhaps may not be that surprising to those watching.
Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reacted angrily to the International Criminal Court issuing a warrant for his arrest. He and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant are accused of war crimes in Gaza and crimes against humanity, which Mr. Netanyahu has labelled absurd.
The truth is simple. No war is more just than the war that Israel has been waging in Gaza.
Okay, this is the least surprising of the objections.
Imagine response to this news amongst international leaders has been mixed. Here's a flavour, starting with Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, whose country is a member of the court.
There is no other choice but to defy this decision. So today I will invite Israel's Prime Minister, Mr. Netanyahu.
Shocking Hungarian strongman Viktor Orban and sort of not even aspiring, but really sort of theocrat in practice, is all about Israel's theocracy as well.
For a visit to Hungary. And in that invite, I will guarantee him that if he comes, the ICC's ruling will have no effect in Hungary, and we will not.
Hey, there we go. At least he's got a hotel room to stay at. In Hungary. Very exciting for Bibi.
We comply with national, European, and international laws, so now we're examining exactly what this means for us in terms of national implementation.
We fundamentally reject the court's decision to issue arrest warrants for senior Israel officials. We remain deeply concerned by the prosecutor's rush to seek arrest warrants and the troubling process errors that led to this decision. The United States has been clear that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over this matter. You've heard us say this before.
The International Criminal Court?
The work and the independence.
It's weird. It's really weird because in some cases we have claimed the International Criminal Court has jurisdiction. You don't go down the list. It's actually kind of a long list in places where we've claimed that it was actually they were right about stuff. But it's weird because international sort of suggests that they have jurisdiction, just sort of broadly, right? It's not like, but of course, gotta pretend.
International Criminal Court, and I will leave it at that for now.
It means that the Palestinian people know today that their cries and their efforts to reach to justice and accountability to the crimes committed against them are being implemented and advanced. Yes, justice sometimes takes much longer than bullets and bombs, but at the end of the day, we have reached a point of no return.
The Palestinian people deserve justice. Legal institutions exist to hold people accountable and to meet the requirements of justice, and therefore this decision must be treated with respect.
And our correspondent Rosie Burchard, who's in The Hague, sent this update on international reaction.
The new arrest warrants issued by this court in The Hague are certainly sparking international controversy, especially those issued against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defence Chief Yoav Gallant. We've seen them swiftly condemned by the United States and by Israel, who says they make international justice into a laughingstock. Now, neither of those countries...
Yeah, now the fact is basically the rest of the ICC recognizing countries have said that they would follow the International Criminal Court, shockingly. Aside from some of the more obvious ones that might have more to consider. Of course, Germany has a weird history with all this. Of course, the United States is fully endorsing all this, and aside from us, not that many people seem to have a problem with the International Criminal Court attempting to enforce international law. It does seem to be their purported mission, after all. But I don't know, I'm not an expert. Let's go to Lebanon. I forgot, Israel didn't run out of targets. Nope. They were just attacking Syria for some other reason, apparently. as you can see, Lebanon, at least some, either Hezbollah or Lebanese forces, managed to intercept a number of these attacks. Actually, this, I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about, this is the wrong one. This is in Israel. Now let's go to Lebanon. Talk about Lebanon. I'm sorry, I put these in the wrong order. My God, fucking up.
Hussein Yaghi, a community activist in Baalbek, has voiced concerns over the safety of Baalbek's historic ruins following a series of airstrikes on the city, some of which hit areas near the site. These airstrikes caused partial damage to the ancient Roman-era fortress, a landmark in eastern Lebanon that dates back thousands of years.
When you hear on the news that airstrikes hit near the citadel, with nearly 4 strikes in the vicinity of Baalbek Fortress, along with the tourist areas of Ras Al Ain, your first thought is about survival. Baalbek means so much to us, not just because I'm from Baalbek, but because I'm Lebanese. The fortress represents our history, our heritage, our culture, and our future.
Yeah, so we talked about the fact that Baalbek had been bombed recently, which is a UNESCO heritage site. Now UNESCO is trying to add enhanced protection for 36 odd Lebanese heritage sites. Whether that will mean anything to Israel, who the fuck knows? Unfortunately, for the rest of Lebanon, specifically, I don't know, places where people actually live, like say Beirut, not so well. I mean, lucky is a hard way to put it, because, well, even those UNESCO heritage sites, as we just said, haven't really gotten a whole lot of respect. Jesus fucking Christ. Germany has a lot of weirdness. Oh, certainly they do. But in this particular situation, I'm willing to forgive their weirdness with all this much more than any. And by weirdness, I mean, I'm talking specifically about their views on this whole situation, right? Because whereas America has some stuff to work out, it's very different than what I would say Germany is dealing with. And in fact, I would actually support Germany. It's fucked up, but follow my logic on this one. If anything, Germany, of any country out there, I support them knee-jerk supporting Israel and you know world Jewry. Okay. Okay, I think that's a good reaction, or just like sort of a knee-jerk reaction for Germany to continue to have, considering their history. But, you know, for everybody else, especially the United States, who's the ones that are mainly funding all of this, you know, no, we don't get the same sort of pass, right? I think everybody gets the historical joke I'm making right now. But essentially, I'm saying, you know, considering Germany's very problematic past, you know, vis-a-vis about 80 years ago or so, you know, I'd prefer they don't go the other way, if you will. We don't need that to happen again. That's all I'm saying. And they certainly aren't contributing nearly as much as the United States is. Well, as you can see, Israel's still finding more things to bomb in Lebanon, in the heart of the capital of the country. Wonder if the heart of the capital of a country counts as a civilian area. What do you think? Oh, thank you for the super chat, Nadia. My God, you are super chatting like a wild one tonight. Oh my God, I'm fading fast. StreamLord needs sleep. But we must finish these videos out. What do we have left? Christopher Tablante, thank you for getting in on the super chats and helping Nadia with the with all of the donations. Much better to have more people donating. Let's see. Where I lost my spot. Ah, yes. This is just another video showing the aftermath of this most recent Israeli strike in Beirut.
كنت نايم وقمت على صوت الضربة وعالم عم تصرخ.
I was asleep and woke from the sound of the strike. I was startled, honestly.
نازل يعني بصراحة.
Yeah, no kidding.
أول
This is the first time I have experienced it so close. I mean, let's be real. Of all things in this world to startle you, I think a veritable missile strike is the sort of thing that anybody would forgive you being startled by. It's the sort of thing you're supposed to be startled by as a human. It's the sort of thing we probably should have less of. What do you think? Oh boy. What happened to that international law? And by the way, we are doing this all chronologically, so this all happened after those ICC arrest warrants came out. Doesn't seem like that's deterring Israel one bit. Wait, was that the last video? Oh, no. This is the second to last video, though. I think, right? Yeah, something like that. What's in this building to target? There's nothing in this building to target. This attack they carried out is criminal act. If their intention is targeting Hezbollah, well, this building has nothing to do with Hezbollah. There's nothing here at all. I don't know the reason. In any case, God will compensate us. God's gonna compensate you? Good God. Hey. Is God going to compensate you? I have my doubts. Maybe that's just because I'm not a very religious man. Alright, let's end it with this Channel 4 story on all of these fucking strikes Israel's doing in light
Beirut today.
Fresh warrants.
An Israeli strike smashes into a multi-story building. Crowds now regularly gather to watch from a distance when Israel announces where it's about to hit in advance. Most of those living in the city's southern suburbs, where support for Hezbollah is high, have already fled. But not everyone.
The fruits of our lifetime are gone. Our memories, our safety is gone. Israel decided to steal them from us, but we won't let them. We're staying.
On the ground in southern Lebanon, the Israeli army has said it's expanding its fight against Hezbollah, pushing into a second line of villages further away from the border, even as talks on a possible ceasefire have been gathering pace. US envoy Amos Hochstein met Israeli officials yesterday after having been in Beirut. A deal that would see Hezbollah pull its forces back from the border seems to be on the cards, though it's not yet been agreed. For now, there's both talking and fighting. This a funeral for an...
There's both talking and fighting. Is there, Channel 4? Because, I mean, alright, I guess there's been talking, but all the talking Israel's been doing has been completely counterproductive. If there's been any at all, I mean, they've skipped a number of these talks. They've all but laughed in the face of the talks, time and time again. They just did all these strikes in the wake of not just the talks, but the literal ICC warrants, the UN, literally every single UNSC member attempting to stop what they're doing. And yet it's just, you know, business as usual, so long as they have, you know, as long as they got the US, then, you know, keep on keeping on. It's a wild fucking timeline we're living in. Sorry that I haven't been able to alter it for us, chat. Seems to be completely out of my sort of jurisdiction, I guess, up here in space. Well, we got through another one. It was difficult, and yet we made it through. Till next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Gaunt Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Galley Braiding, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Jokey, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. I'm gonna have to skip the Galactic After stream here tonight, chat. I'm way too tired. But I hope you enjoyed the stream.